Alex, Tony, and Tarita. So we should, guess we can go ahead and get rolling though.
Yeah, Tony, I don't know if she said that already. Tony has an appointment this morning, so.
Okay, all right. All right, let's go and go with roll call, please, Kathy.
Okay, Troy Baker.
Here.
Caleb Coates.
Here.
Ernie Derrera.
Here.
Luke DeWolf.
Here.
Wendy Dunaway.
Here.
Jeff Durbin.
That area, and then we'll have nuts and bolts session.
Durbin is with.
Alan's going to do
Tony Exum will be join us later. Alex Halpern.
So we're going to start that at 11:15 today.
Richard Hargrove.
And then we have a quick closing,
Present.
and then hopefully we'll have about 15
Michael
minutes
Hawks.
of collaboration.
Here.
Steve Longwell.
Here.
Brett
So with
McClendon.
that,
Here.
would you please
Wendy
go
Cotto.
ahead and read the
Wendy P. There she is. Oh, thank you. Nate Smith.
Here.
Don Steiner.
Here.
Gabe Trujillo.
Here.
Tarita Walker.
you're going to focus on today.
She'll join us later. Ryan West.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Just a heads up, I'm bouncing back and forth between two meetings.
Okay. And then staff will have Rhonda Blanford Green,
Present.
Bert Borgman,
Here.
Adam Bright,
Here.
Bethany Brookins,
Here.
Ryan Casey,
Here.
Jen Roberts Eulig,
Here.
Tom Robinson,
Here.
Justin Saylor,
Here.
Sarah Vernon Bruner.
Here.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. It was kind of nice to start our meeting earlier or just a few minutes ago with a little bit of humor. And then it just reminded me of some other humor. I was talking with Caleb the other day, and I'm sorry, I have to share because it's just so funny, and I wouldn't be able to tell it as well as Caleb, but I understand. I'm empathetic. I have back issues. I use some of those creams like a lot of us older people do for pain relief and all that. Well, him having wrist surgery, he decided to explore some of those creams. The party didn't read on the labels that you're supposed to wash your hands after using such lotion, and he chose to eat some crackers after using.
Oh,
that.
no.
So he found his mouth and tongue numb for a couple hours. By the time he called me, he sounded sober, but anyhow, I couldn't help but stop laughing about that. I thought that was something Caleb Coates would do. So,
Dr. Westerman's Apothecary, everybody, the products work. So.
well, hopefully the cream works. Just use it as the label describes it, Caleb. So, well, welcome again, you guys. And, you know, many of you know that I'm a person that really listens more than I speak. But I am one that reflects a lot on what life is really about. And I find my time doing that in the outdoors where I get to live and recreate and ride. And so for me, where I get to live, the things I get to do truly is the very happiest place in of all of my happy places. So in reflecting on what life is really about, I just want to share a few things that brings confirmation to how I feel. So in my opinion, life is not about providing or proving anyone wrong. Life is about proving yourself right. Life is not about competing against others, but rather about competing against yourself. To make sure you are better than your previous self, better than you were yesterday. To make sure you are growing every day, developing, learning, experiencing, sharing. Life is not about being perfect. It is about being happy. Life isn't about being right. It's about being kind. When you have a choice to be right or to be kind, choose kindness, choose love. Life is not about noticing the negatives. It's about creating such large and huge positives that the negatives pale in comparison. Life is not about you. It's about everyone and everything. We are all connected and all sharing challenges and struggles. Be kind, lift others up, give freely, without expecting anything in return. Life isn't about comparing yourself to others. Let everyone else be exactly as they are while you focus on being the best you. Live and lead by example. Your life is not defined by circumstances. Your life is not defined by what does or does not happen to you. It is defined by how you react to what happens to you. It's helpful to remember challenges are just tests. Hard times are tests and character builders. Never lose your spirit. It is in our greatest challenges that our greatest strengths are formed. Ask yourself, how will your character shine during and after a storm? What's really important is who you become through all of life's challenges. We each are a miracle. The world is a blessing. Life is a miracle. Life is truly what we make it.
I know the message, man.
Live every day knowing you are blessed. Live every day being grateful to simply be alive. Be happy no matter what happens. And life will be the amazing adventure it was meant to be. So our purpose and my wish for each of you is simple. Every day, not just during the holidays, but to be happy. Be fearless. Discover your happy place. Live life to its fullest. Spread positivity and be content no matter what life throws at you. You guys are each awesome professionals, friends. Again, grateful to be on this journey with you. This isn't my happiest place. This is my happiest group of people that I get to work with, is each and every one of you. So thank you for being who you are. Let's have a great meeting today. I hope you're able to disconnect over the holidays and stay healthy. So that being said, we'll move on to 2.0, approval of minutes and additional items. Need a motion, a second, to approve the minutes from our Board of Directors meeting on November 10th, 2020.
Motion made.
Okay. Motion made by Michael, second, was it Mr. Hargrove?
Yes.
Okay, second by
Good
Mr.
job,
Hargrove.
Richard.
Any discussion?
Troy, when did those minutes come out? I haven't seen them, so I know I missed them somewhere. But I was trying to find those minutes and the minutes for the following meeting after that.
They are in our packet.
All right, okay, at the end of that packet, thank you.
Yes, you bet. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Anybody opposed? Okay. 2.2, minutes from our Board of Directors meeting on November 18th, 2020. Motion is second to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Longwell, second.
Second.
Second by Nate Smith. Any discussion? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. Right, 2.3. Any additional agenda items?
Yes, Troy, I have something that I'd like to discuss around, well, it's more a question. I've been doing a lot of reflecting lately, and after talking to a handful of you, I guess I need to refocus myself and figure out and get in line, I guess, with what the purpose of the board is. What's our purpose and what's our mandate? So I want to make sure that I refocus on that.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think where the best place to slide that. Just let's do it down after we can do CHSAA reports.
Yeah, I was thinking 9.1 maybe,
Yeah, we'll do a 9.1.
and just what, board discussion on purpose?
Yes. Okay. Anything else to add to the agenda? Okay. 3.0 President Report. Hey, it's just hard to believe we're in December. I was talking to the principal this morning, and it, you know, aside from all that we've faced the last several months, it just amazes me again that we're in December. We made it through the fall seasons. Kudos to Adam and everybody getting through the football state championships. Guys have been resilient and awesome throughout all of this. So grateful for the couple all school Zooms that we've been able to have. I think if we can find some positivity through this pandemic, I have really felt well and had some great feedback from others of just CHSAA being connected with membership throughout, you know, having these meetings. So again, great job, everybody. We've made it. And hopefully come February, we'll be rolling again. So again, thank you to everybody to making this fall the success that it was. Okay, 4.0. Restrictions and probations. We only have probation action list, and it is in your packet. 4.2. I need a motion to remove those individuals from, those coaches from probation, and then a second. It's the second to last page in your packet.
So move.
Who made the motion?
Durbin.
Durbin, okay, second.
Second.
Wendy, thank you, Wendy. Second by Wendy. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, hands up. Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. 5.0 Commissioners Report. Ms. Rhonda Blanford Green, the Board President preparation. That is the very last page in our packet.
Okay, and I want to start off with just, I had to put my words to paper because Troy, you just choked up Kathy and I. We're in the office together, and thank you for your words and just really truly putting all of this in perspective. So I say as we complete what has been one of the most unpredictable and destabilized year in CHSAA's 100-year history, I wanted to just take a moment to thank this group and this team for your leadership, your resilience, and your guidance. We haven't always agreed on the how-tos, but we have never veered from our collective why and for whom. As we move into 2021, I anticipate that we will still have to make some tough decisions, some handed to us and others through navigating the residual and negative impacts of COVID-19 to serve our membership and our school communities. I just really, truly needed to take the time to thank you for leading our association through this uncertainty and weathering the storms created, not by us, but the coronavirus pandemic. You are appreciated, and I look forward, and I can say this on behalf of my staff, of working with our board of directors to resume sports in 2021 and provide the opportunities for our schools and school communities. So thank you. Just taking a quick little pause here. Sorry about that. Talking about the CHSAA Board of Director presidency, there's been some questions asked around what that process is. So in working directly with Bert on just making sure that the communication is transparent to board members, we went through the bylaws. And as we know, Troy Baker's term will end on June 30th, 2021 per bylaw 806.1 and per bylaw 806A, the president shall be chosen from the membership amongst this group. We went through and we identified who would be eligible for the presidency for the next 2-year term. That would be Luke DeWolf, Caleb Coates, Michael Hawks, Don Steiner, Richard Hargrove, Tarita Walker, Wendy Dunaway, and Jeff Durbin. Because of the changes with all of the virtual meetings, the dates don't completely align with how the bylaws are currently written. So Bert and I went through and looked at how those dates in terms of when you submit your interest letters, as well as when the board actually votes, which is prior to the legislative council meeting, which is now moved to May. So it doesn't align with the April wording in the bylaws. So none of this is anything to do procedurally with how it's done. They are just date changes to align with certain meetings. So that's why the process is written out. So per my submission to the board of directors, this is the timeline that we've put forward to align with the bylaws. Again, nothing is reconstructed to take away anything from the legitimacy of the process. So if there are any questions around this timeline, I wanted to open it up to the board because we don't have a meeting per se per the bylaws based on legislative council being moved to May. And consistently with how we've done this, the day before the legislative council meeting, during the board meeting, those that are interested in serving as our next president presents to the board of directors and staff. There's a vote that's done at that meeting, and then the introduction of the president-elect is done at the legislative council meeting. So if there are any questions around that, please feel free.
Rhonda, I do have one question. If I remember correctly, and I don't have the bylaws in front of me, the only requirement to be eligible for the presidency is to have completed 2 years on the board of directors. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the new bylaw 8. I think it's in there. It's, I can read that. The following board members would be eligible to run for the presidency per bylaw 800.62. The completed 2 years of service and the list of eligible board members that's on there would have completed that. They would be president-elect, and by the time July 1st, they would have completed 2 years of service on the board.
So you don't have to have all right as of now have completed 2 years. It's when you would take over in July have completed 2 years. Is that correct?
I think that's the interpretation that we have all been given per the bylaw. It says completed 2 years.
My question is when is the completion? Is it the completion in July or the completion now? Because it seems to me that there'd be more that would be eligible if it's completion in July. Like, because basically.
Oh, on the Q&A, Rhonda, sorry to jump in. I think this might explain on 800.62, Ernie, it says, may a member of the board of directors run for president after completing their first year? No, a member of the board of directors can only be considered in the 3rd or 4th year and must have completed 2 years to be eligible for election.
To be eligible for it. So help me understand it again still, Bethany, because I'm thinking Gabe, Nate, Ryan, Steve.
Well, Nate would not, we went through that because he is a replacement on the board, so he wouldn't have, right, so.
Right, okay. Yes. But the others, right, they're in their 2nd year now, and they would be completing that by July. I just want to make sure that if somebody else has interest, that they're eligible or not eligible based on the bylaws. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Sure. And Bert, chime in as well, because we did talk through that completion piece to determine who would be eligible and would be going into their 3rd year, beginning on July 1st.
And that's what I would interpret it as, Rhonda, going into your 3rd year on July 1st, which would make Ryan and Steve and Gabe also eligible.
But didn't Bethany just say that you had to complete your first 2 years and you would not be eligible until your 3rd year? So
Which would start for them in July, would it not, Jeff? And I don't know if any of those people have interest. I just want to make sure we're doing it for the bylaw.
Absolutely.
I just put it into the chat so you can read it.
Thank you, Bethany.
Sure.
from history of eligible candidates over the years, I know 2 years ago was kind of unique, just Wendy and I, but a lot of that had to be with retirements, people lost jobs, and we usually didn't, we didn't have that large of a group. Historically, Bert, maybe you can answer this best. How many candidates have there typically been?
Typically, I think the most I can remember off the top of my head for the presidency, has been 3.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, 6 years ago. Tom or Bethany, Jan, you guys that were on staff back then, Alex, I don't think we've had that many, more than 2 or 3 that have really run for the presidency at any one time.
Yeah, not that there probably were more than 2 or 3 eligible.
Exactly.
But
Right. But we haven't had that many that run.
yeah, it's not that enviable of a position.
Alex, how would you interpret that bylaw? Do you have to have completed in order to run, or is the completion at the end of this term, and so you start your presidency at the beginning of your 3rd year? Are you eligible to do that?
What I think is, I mean, it's a little, it is a little unclear. I mean, almost everything written in languages. I would say that you must have completed your 2nd year as of well, there's 2 possible dates. One is as of the date you are of the election, and the other is which would be April or May, and the second one is as of the day you assume office, which would be, I think, July 1st.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's probably the better interpretation, is that you must have completed 2 years by July 1st, 2021. And then on July 2nd, you're entering your 3rd year. That seems to me to be,
Right. And I also think, just as a reminder, no board of director, unless they are replaced or come in to fill somebody's position, will ever go 4 years without being eligible to be president. Okay. So that's, I think, the reason that was there is to ensure that any board of director, any director that had an interest in the presidency at some point in their term, unless there's some outside factors, would have eligibility for that position at some point.
Okay, and I just want to interrupt because I think we can move forward. So Ernie, what are the 2 board members that you are saying potentially would be eligible with the conversation that Alex just provided us in terms of the interpretation? What would be I just need to know who the 2 additional or 3 additional, we can add them to this list. It can go out if they would like to be interested and move through that process, not a big deal. I'm good with that. So what are those?
I think Steve Longwell, Ryan West, and Gabe Trujillo would be the 3 that I think would also meet those particular guidelines. As Alex put it, would have completed by July 1st. And again, I haven't spoken to anybody about any of this.
Sure.
So just, yeah.
I think it's fine. I think based on what our legal counsel has said on the interpretation, this is so not debatable. Let's put them on the list. We can't lose with anybody on this list, with anybody who would be interested in the position. This association will be elevated through all of these. So Steve Longwell, Gabe Trujillo, and Ryan West. So what I will do is, if you guys are good with the procedural part of this, I will add these names to the list and then send out the information, and we should be good to go. I think we're good.
Amazing. 11 candidates for sure.
Thank you all.
And not everybody's going to run. We know that. There are some that won't, but we just want to make sure that the eligible candidates, based on this bylaw and kind of with the Q&A not being a part of the bylaw, with the interpretation, that list encompasses everybody who would have that opportunity. Great, thank you.
We might think about tinkering with that Q&A a little bit, just to make it.
Sure. Alex, I'll call you just so we can update that online, and then it'll be part of the bigger picture of the bylaws moving forward. But are you good with just this interpretation and adding those names?
Sure.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay, on to report 6.0. I think we've got enough time. We'll get you, Mr. Durbin, before you have to depart. So Tony hasn't joined us yet, correct? All right, we'll go to 6.2, Colorado Association of School Boards. Wendy.
Hi, everyone. CASB held their virtual convention last weekend, and it went very well. I was very pleased with that. Some of the breakout sessions that they talked about was the effects of COVID on our students and the online schooling and how it's probably going to affect them for years to come. And so there was a study that showed that the reading scores haven't come down, but maybe 1 or 2 points, but math scores have come down like 10 points. So coaches, get out there and do some math stuff with your student athletes. And CASB elected some new legislative council members. And so Rhonda is going to have a Zoom call with them to meet them and get to know them. And then I just wanted to thank all the CASB staff and everyone for the successful football weekend. It was really fun, and everybody worked so hard to get that to happen. And I want to congratulate all the champions. And then I have one question for everybody. When did we stop giving out a gold ball for the trophy? And that's all I've got.
Hey,
Because I really like the gold balls.
You forgot to say you had a Pueblo slopper.
Oh, yes. And I had a Pueblo slopper for the very first time. It was awesome.
2015, Wendy.
You want
that
to
was
know,
the
it was
year.
it was 2014 when we changed trophies.
Okay.
Yeah, 14-15 school year. 14,
All right. Well, I just think the gold ball is pretty cool. So I just had to throw that out there. Thanks.
Yeah, the height of the current trophies make it kind of difficult in trophy cases too. So, but
first world
We
problem.
were just simply trying to create jobs for new trophy case makers.
thanks, Bert.
Yeah, thanking both Wendy and Steve Longwell. We had several board members that helped do awards at state football. So thank you both.
Oh, thank you. It was my pleasure.
Right, thanks, Wendy. On to our next Wendy, Colorado Department of Education, Ms. Dunaway.
Wendy, number 2. I would also like to just say thank you to all of the CHSAA staff. I know Rhonda, Adam, Bert, I know all of you are probably breathing a little easier today or after last weekend. And I hope that all the work that you guys put in doesn't go unnoticed by parents and people out where they tend to grumble a little. So anyway, it was great. We watched a bunch of them ourselves and really enjoyed it. So thank you. And on the CDE note, I would say we are gearing up for legislative session. Ought to be interesting given the budget problems that we will have as a state and the fact that they love to spend money or do things that cost money. So we'll see how that goes. I think internally, Katie is really focusing on some work for us around the diversity, equity, and inclusion things that I think have become a focus all over the place. Just for your information, licensing is rolling out a new e-licensing system in January. So just a little FYI for any of you that may be needing to renew a license anytime in the near future. It will look new and better. I think we as CDE are also really focused on trying to help districts with staffing shortages. I know that that's an issue. It's going to continue to be an issue. And I think Katie and her team and others are just doing anything we can to support school districts around that. And then I think starting in January, I will try to just give you guys an update on leadership changes in school districts with superintendents. We had another big one at Pooter departing early. So I think it's just a sign of things to come. So I will try and get you kind of a list starting in January just so you can see the changes.
Thanks, Wendy.
Oops, sorry, I got to unmute. Thanks, Wendy. Okay, for Kata, Nate and Ernie.
So, Kata, not a whole lot to report. Still moving forward with trying to line up everything as far as speakers, vendors, participants in the Kata conference that's normally held at the end of the year. NIAAA conference is going on this week. Also, Kata is trying to set up, or not trying to, they are setting up discussions around basketball and some other things, much like they did around some of the football, so that we can discuss best practices and things of that nature as we move forward into the winter sports and how people are going to plan and enact those plans for any restrictions that their school district, the county, the state may have for them. Nate, what else do we have?
I think with, with news of the possible vaccine, there is a hope that we might be able to return to the in-person conference. I think it's the first weekend of May. And we've heard so far from our informal membership surveys, seems like the majority of people are hoping they'd be able to attend an in-person conference in May. So I think we have a drop dead date somewhere in January where we have to make that decision to notify the hotels and the host site up at Beaver Run. But, and we also have our outreaches scheduled in January and on the books. Those will be on Zoom again. And we're doing the smaller outreaches just like we have done in the past, just over Zoom.
We did send out a survey. I'll say this as well. Send out a survey to all the ADs asking for input as to whether they would attend the conference, whether it was in person, virtual, and if it was virtual, whether they would invite their coaches to some or all of those sessions that we may have if it's a virtual conference.
Very good. Well, I think the date Kate had already sent out is December 14th to talk about season B, I believe. That's still going to go on.
We have a meeting this Friday, so I'm sure that's going to be an item for discussion.
Well, thanks. Share to the board. Grateful for that. Just another great opportunity to get some answers and some great ideas. So look forward to that.
Hey, can I mention something to the two of you on the CATA conference? Regardless of whether it's online or in person, I think having some of the sessions virtual for coaches would be kind of cool. Like that would almost be a value add because they don't typically get to attend that conference. So if there are some of those sessions that could be online no matter what, I think that would be kind of cool.
I will share that on Friday. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Nate and Ernie. Okay. 6.5 case, Mr. Durbin.
Hi, everybody. Just kudos again to the CHSAA staff and Adam. Great job with the football thing, guys. And also kudos to the board. I know that was kind of some intense conversations that we've been dealing with some of the public. And I appreciate everybody's work and hard efforts to make all that happen as smooth as it has. So thank you. I had a great conversation recently with the CHSAA board, which represents pretty much the entire case organization. We talked about a variety of things. Bert, you'll be happy to know right off the bat, they want to talk about basketball and also whether or not we're going to be mandating masks for everybody to wear while they're playing ball and all that. So I know that you're working diligently and trying to get all those questions answered and information out to the athletic director. So I greatly appreciate that, but I thought I'd just give you that heads up. That was one of the major conversations that they wanted to talk about. Another conversation that came up was how things are going with CHSAA. And I felt like, you know, I've said we've had some really tough conversations, but at the same time that we as a board and Rhonda as the commissioner have taken the stance to do what's best for kids across the state and not select a single group out, but to look at the whole picture and to try to get everybody playing ball as quickly and safely as possible. So I reiterated that to the CHSAA board and they understood that. I did have one of my colleagues who tried to take me to task and say, well, why don't we just tell the governor to go pound sand and do whatever the hell we want? And like I flat told him was that, you know, we all have bosses, we all have people to deal with, and there's certain regulations and things that we all have to work through. And you get a lot better and a lot farther by working with somebody rather than putting your heels in the sand and saying you're not budging. So we had that conversation. And we also had the conversation about what life looks like after Mr. Durbin's term ends come June 30th. And we talked about the possibility of a replacement for me. So I'll just tell you that I shared with the CHSAA board that definitely important to have somebody who is very knowledgeable about athletics as well as has a great understanding of the CHSAA group as a whole and has been involved. I think that brought a lot of understanding for me of dealing with a lot of the issues that we as a board deal with and also working with the commissioner. So I'll just say that I thought that went very well. So last thing I guess I want to say is that the CHSAA or the CASE conference that was set for February has been moved, and that will take place, I want to say back in March or May, I believe. I haven't seen the dates yet out for that, but March 10th. So, I'll just repeat that Brett had asked that maybe we could have one or two of the commissioners, even if it's not in person, be available through online to just have a conversation with administrators who are attending and be able to communicate some of the things that are taking place. So I said I would share those thoughts and things. Last thing I want to say is I have been experienced a lot of information around small rule. You know, we live out here in God's land, and we do have a lot of people that think that, you know, because we don't have to follow the rules or whatever, we don't wear masks, we do a lot of different things. You know, the kids are really wanting to push to play. And like I've said to a lot of the kids, I said, you know, this is bigger than you as an individual. This is about doing what's best for everybody. So I know that you'll probably been seeing some tweets. I don't know if you've seen teams saying, let us play and stuff like that. I have gotten a couple of those, but at the same time, some of the conversations that I've had with students recently is, you know, I think they're understanding that this is more than them. It's about doing what's best for Colorado as well. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I see Mr. Exum has joined us. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Ryan West, and then Tony, we're going to come back to you for an update after Mr. West is done here. So Ryan, how about any news from Colorado Association of Secondary School Principals?
Yeah, don't have a ton of new stuff since the last time that we met. I do want to echo everybody's sentiments towards the CHSAA staff on a tremendous championship weekend in Pueblo last week. Well received by all, and I don't think could have asked for a better event, better weather, better everything. Job well done. Job well done on that. And then along the lines to what Jeff's talking about, and talking to some of my colleagues through the Secondary School Principals Association, just trying to explain to them that CHSAA is advocating for kids, and CHSAA is trying to get sports going, that this is not, I guess I'm tired of CHSAA being the whipping boy for all this negativity that's out there around sports being postponed through things that are out of our control. They're truly out of our control, and people don't get it. And the Let's Play Colorado and all these social media pages out there, they're starting up all the same BS that they started at the beginning of the second revival of football around winter sports now. And they don't understand that our full intention all along was January 4th for starting sports. And the reason that we had to push the dates back were completely out of our control. And somehow that messaging is still not getting through to people, and they still want to make CHSAA the whipping boy around it. So I've had it. I've received a couple emails. I think you guys received the emails too. I responded back to one of them, even copied Rhonda and Troy on it just so they saw my response. I'm just tired of the wrong information being out there, and CHSAA taking the hit for all this stuff when this is out of our control. That we're an association that believes in students, we believe in athletics, we believe in activities, and we advocate for those activities to happen. It's not our job as an association or as a board of directors to see how far we can push things off. And somehow that messaging keeps getting lost. So through the Secondary Principals Association, I'm trying to spread that word out to school administrators that maybe aren't as tied into CHSAA, that this is the true reasoning. And so hopefully through word of mouth, we can change that dialogue a little bit. Like I said, as far as CASP goes, I don't have a whole lot new to report other than last week we did have our last meeting, we did have our interviews for the assistant principal of the year, and at the high school level, that the person that won that award is a gentleman named Donald Kotnick, who's at Mountain View High School up in Loveland. Just a tremendous, there's so many great people out there doing so much for kids, but it was just tremendous to get to know him. And so congratulations to him. Next up in the spring, we'll be doing a similar interview process for the middle school and high school principals of the year. So other than that, Jeff already talked about the conference getting pushed back. Don't have the particulars on that, but that's about it for CASP right now.
Thank you, Ryan. Hey, we sharing your frustrations, and I appreciate I did not get that email about the snowflake train, but I appreciate you sharing your response with me. I didn't know what snowflake.
That's in the original email. The person that sent it out, your email address was at BY schools instead of BV schools. I noticed that she had the wrong initial email address for you, so that's why I copied you in the reply.
Well, I respect your response because I don't know what I would have said. It wouldn't have been as good as what you said probably. So I'm still trying to figure out what a snowflake train is, and I live in the
want to
mountains,
be on it. I want to be on it.
Well, thanks, Ryan. Okay, Mr. Exum, looks like you're on. So can you give us a legislative report, please?
Good morning, everybody. Not a whole lot to report. We just finished our special session last week. Got quite a bit done. Not a lot, unfortunately, for sports, but we did quite a bit of legislation to help daycare stay open, help people that are struggling with paying rent and mortgage, and folks that are facing eviction, which could impact folks, kids staying in school. We did a bill to help the food banks, and one that might that's going to impact schools is that we did about $20 million to increase broadband in some of the areas, because we know some of the schools that are on online training, some families don't have access to broadband, so they don't have access to the internet to do online learning. And we're scheduled to start up the 73rd General Assembly on January 13th. Whether we'll start and take a break is to be it's unknown at this time, but hopefully we'll be able to get started and get going. There's a lot of people that are going to be participating remotely. About 25% participate remotely during the special session, and I think we have do we have another meeting in the latter part of January? Yes. If so, I'll be able to update you on any any legislation that may be coming forth that's impacting high school sports. That's about all I got. Thank you.
Tony, I have
Yeah.
2 questions. I received a packet of special session bills and none included high school sports. Thank you. But there was also a memorandum that I received about potentially CHSAA applying for some of the nonprofit dollars that were just allocated. Is there a way that I already communicated with Sarah that we needed to probably do some research around that, but if there's anything that you have access to that maybe would expedite the process, that we could find out how we could put in for some of those nonprofit dollars to offset some of the revenue that was lost over the course of this fall with participation or capacity limitations. So if you can guide us on that or provide us with some direction offline at some point.
Okay.
With Sarah and myself, but I received that memorandum from the state saying that potentially we would be eligible for some of the nonprofit dollars.
Okay. Who did you receive that from?
It was from I can look it up on it was just like one of the ones that I just got from Case, but it was from one of the, when I received the bill packet. So I'll have to look and see who directly sent that. But it was just a relief to know after everything we went through with football, just kind of holding your breath to see if there was anything that would be about decision-making or the association in general. And we weren't even part of the new bills that came out. So that definitely was a relief. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk offline. If you can get that information to me, I'll follow up to see if CHSAA is eligible. Who would you go through to apply for for those grants?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, very much. Okay, on to our district reports at large, 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Trujillo.
Hi, team. This is Gabe. Yeah, so very similar to our last report, of course, with all of the postponement of the winter sports. I actually have quite a few. I think I broke it down into. I had several administrators contact me, quite a few kids and parents. I don't know, somehow my emails become a popular place for the kids, but I try to respond to them. Again, like Ryan said, it is frustrating continually getting thrown under the bus that when we're all cheering for the same outcome and we all want to have sports. I don't know how many times I've said we're all the biggest, dumbest jocks in the state on this board. All of us love athletics and we all want to get back out there. There was a lot of confusion and concern that people had voiced to me about the football, having fans, not having fans. Is it our choice? Why is it in Pueblo? So, we kicked that around and I did personally reach out to the people to dispel fact from fiction and to have an open dialogue. I just, after the first go around, I just thought I'm going to respond and I'm going to walk them through what we're going through. And I think I probably fielded 10 calls on football alone. So like many of you, just trying to put the right information out there. Of course, I think kind of when I broke down the topics, one of the key kind of questions was about remote learning. How would remote learning continue to work if we have a season for this winter time? And like I explained to a lot of the parents and some of the folks that were concerned is we've been doing it with football and with softball. And I used Westy as an example. We went off without a hitch. And if you take the right precautions that we've been given, and we can make it happen. So all in all, I would break it down to there was concern around the football season. There was concern around, of course, the winter season and then the start date and how it gets pushed back. But all of it was really just educating and putting the right information out there. And so I just try to make myself accessible.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you.
All right, doesn't look like Trita's joined us yet, so we're going to skip to District 1. Luke.
Thanks, Troy. Good morning, everybody. I I would echo the same thing. Thanks to Adam and the entire CHSAA staff. I don't know about you guys, but on Saturday after that last game again been completed, it was like 1,000-pound weight was lifted after all we've been through with football. It was like could take a deep breath and relax. And if I felt that way, I can only imagine kind of what the CHSAA staff was like and the relief to have that done and successfully done. So congratulations on that. Also, I know while football's been the focus, I know the rest of the CHSAA staff has been working hard with everything else and the changes, and just appreciate all the work behind the scenes with having plans ready to go and being ready to move on things and just being on top of it with all these other sports as well. We haven't had a meeting between the time between the last CHSAA board meetings. We haven't had any meetings with anyone in District 1, but I have received continuing feedback just on different issues. Still continuing to receive a lot of feedback on Sunday contact, which I know we're going to talk about later. Some I think kind of lukewarm to the idea. Others I think worried about just the precedent that Sunday contact, allowing Sunday contact would set. So just listen to those concerns. Did have a couple conversations with several ADs from counties on the Western Slope around discussions that they had with their local health officials, really related to those local health officials advocating to the state to not allow any more variances moving forward. Which I think is pretty concerning to hear that from ADs, local ADs. Moving forward, that raises a lot of concerns with how we're going to proceed. If that's the mentality and that's what's being pushed from local state health officials, that we're not going to allow variances, I think it's pretty concerning moving forward. So listen to a couple different ADs about those concerns. And then finally, just heard from some schools, mostly ski schools. So I have a lot of schools on the Western Slope related to skiing. They're receiving feedback, and I think they would just like, and I know we have a ski meeting coming up on Monday, but they just want guidance in regards to the letter that CHSAA received from state. Specifically in that letter, it talks about for counties in level red, this means no indoor group sports are authorized. They're wondering what that indoor really means in terms of them being an outdoor sport, and does that allow them then to participate, or what feedback do we need to give them? And I know Bethany alluded to that at that all school CHSAA meeting. And I've had conversations, but I think it's maybe just getting that message out that that even though we're allowed possibly to do that, it may not be in the best interest of our ski schools. So I know it's only a small percentage, but it definitely matters to those kids and those parents. So I definitely heard about that. In regards to, I think that sentence specifically, so as I was going through the ski conversations, I read that sentence, and that sentence, I guess, raises a lot of questions for me. And I think as we move forward, that sentence probably needs to be defined or at least talked about, because to me, when I read that, it basically says pretty bluntly that if we're in red moving forward, that we're not allowed to do anything indoors. So I don't know where that puts us, or how hopefully those conversations continue. And I know Rhonda's going to have conversations, supposedly January 14th is the next time they're going to talk. But I think understanding what that really means would be helpful, I think, to everyone.
Yes, and I think that, sorry, Luke, I want to give you that information now, and I said that during the Zoom, is there are two sets of interpretations in the current state guidance. One is gym guidance and one is group sports guidance. And as we've seen throughout all of this, there's inconsistencies between county health departments on the interpretation of what is a gym and what is a sports group organization, which they categorize CHSAA under the sport group. But then we also have groups that say, you know what, we don't have a 24-hour fitness in our town or whatever. And our local high school is our quote gym, which is allowing those students 10 total on a court to happen. So that's the inconsistencies that are out there, which we're not trying to interpret for the state. Per my suggestion and recommendation in that meeting is every athletic director needs to communicate directly with their local health department and their school district to determine which interpretation and how they are going to define, quote, their gym for indoor participation. CDPHE has said we are sports group and we are not authorized to have those events. But again, that interpretation across the state is varying, and CHSAA is not going to step in and say you can or cannot, because it's already been going on since October before we received our decision. So it is a local decision on the definition, quote, of your gym.
Yeah, and I guess I hear that and I get that for right now. I guess my concern is later on. What does that part of that letter, that sentence in that letter actually mean for us on January 14th? If still we have a lot of counties that are still in red, or the majority of the state as it is now is still in red, what does that actually translate to? So I know there's a lot of what ifs, and it's probably something that isn't worth spending a ton of time on, but I think that sentence is one that I guess is concerning.
Yeah, if our data points are where they are right now, they don't anticipate that, but they don't want to have that conversation yet, which is very clear to all of us per their letter, right? When we come back in January, if the trajectory of the virus has slowed down, I think we'll be in a better place to discuss, because we have been given variances in red. And I think it's important for everyone to hear the same group. There's 50% out there that wanted football to conclude, but our office was also getting hammered on the other side by infectious disease doctors in the state of Colorado and medical personnel that said, why are you still playing football? So we are in that balance of should we be playing, should we not be playing? I think if we stick to the conversations with our state officials in the medical department, we're covered in those decisions. But what I heard from them is give us a pause, give us a break, allow the data to bring us all back together in mid-January after the holidays. Everybody at the State Department wants to see sports go forward. So I think if we just all pause and exactly what you said, stop worrying about what if this happens. CHSAA staff is prepared for what if, right? If for our membership in public, if we're told we can't go even on February 1st, then we have to go into a different direction. But I think we just have to pause, let the data show where we will be mid-January. They are open to coming to the table. They are open to the variances that were submitted to them over a month and a half ago. They're just not open to those discussions right now.
Now, in some of the documentation I've read, and I can't remember where I've seen it, there is, I think, been a statement that said that variances would not be considered when counties or the state is in orange or red states. So is CDPHE even willing to give a variance for basketball and wrestling if there are still counties in orange and red? Or how does that statement that no variances will be given, legally no variances will be given if in orange and red?
Sure. When we went to orange about 3 weeks ago, and we were given an exception by CDPHE, that had to come from a legal interpretation, because the state guidance is the state guidance. And anything around that takes another level or another layer of oversight through a legal channel. That's a written document that comes that says that we are provided that variance to continue with 50 student athletes on the field, right? Because we already had a variance that said we could not proceed with that approved variance if we went to orange or red. And it took another layer from the legal department at the state level to allow that variance to continue. I don't want to speak for CDPHE. I don't know if we would be given that legal kind of stamp of approval if we get to that point and we're still orange and red, but we need to just pause and wait until January, and then they will tell us whether or not they're open for a legal exception for CHSAA, or whether or not we will be held to the same standard as every other sport group in the state of Colorado. So Tuesday's meeting was about providing information, telling everyone what that timeline is, right? And then saying that we don't have those answers. They have asked us to wait until January when they have the opportunity to look at the data points. And at that point, we'll know whether or not we'll get an additional variance to move forward, or whether or not we have to go back to the whiteboard and determine what B, C, and D are going to look like if we're starting in March. So does that help, Don? Like we would have to get legal, we would have to get a legal approval to participate in orange or red.
And that's probably, I mean, the extra layer that takes time. I understand that. You know, I'm just hoping that they're open, CDPHE, response team, whoever is open to giving a variance. Because it didn't really sound like that may have been an option in an orange or a red level. So
I think history shows that we were given it, right? And so, and we were given it in a 24-hour period. Adams County went into orange. We all conferenced. We talked about what that would mean to shut down, knowing that multiple counties were going to proceed into orange or red before the culminating football season. And we got in front of it, and CDPHE was very mindful of what that would mean. And we had a decision within 24 hours in writing, giving us an extension to continue with the football season. So I think the history has been that they are responsive when they are willing to give those variances and culminate a season. I can't say that that same discussion would happen in January, but I think their letter absolutely says that they are open to rediscussing those variances once they receive the data points. We're in, thanks. We are in pause, you guys, and that's, I really felt like Tuesday was an opportunity to just de-escalate some of the what ifs. I think CHSAA staff, I think the board has responded every time a decision comes. We get a call on Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving telling us we're not going to have fans at state football. I think we redirect at that point. They were receiving emails at 6:39 that morning, and we received a decision. So I think what we see as a staff and as a board is we're able to respond to these decisions. We aren't flying by the seat of our pants, but we are being given some zingers at the last minute. But in this case, I feel like they have outlined our timeline. We have communicated that with our membership. It's not always well received by our public. We don't always understand why club can do something and why CHSAA is given certain decisions, but we have a plan in place, and we just need to pause and wait until mid-January. And then if they say, you know what, we're not ready to go, then we get back to the whiteboard and we provide that direction for our membership and our public based upon what CDPHE has told CHSAA the way that we can operate moving forward. So I'm just, the thing that I feel is hope. I don't know why, and maybe that's just the commissioner's chair that I sit in, different from this spring. I just see that we are going to be able to culminate these events in 2021. It just may look different as we move forward because there are a lot of different state officials in our decision making at this point. And the virus.
Anything else, Luke?
No, appreciate that conversation and clarification. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to District 2, Ernie.
Thank you, Troy. Rhonda, I'm just going to share comments, and I'm not necessarily looking for any response because some of these comments kind of mirror what Don and Luke said as well. So one of the things one, I guess I probably ought to start where I should have started to begin with, and that's to congratulate the 7 different state champions that we had in football. I know that was, like Luke said, a pretty trying time for everybody throughout the state. Yeah, coaches, the ADs, and certainly those of us on this call. So it's good to see half of our football season get done. Now we gotta hope that the rest of it can be culminated as well. In particular, I guess we got at least one state champion here. So Steve Longwell, congratulations on your state title. Like Luke, I had a lot of people that were reading through the letter that CDPHE sent to Rhonda, and just wondering if we really were going to have seasons because of the statement around as long as we're in red, no indoor group sports going to be allowed. So one of the questions that came out of that, and again, Rhonda, I'm not looking for any response on this, just food for thought, and maybe it's rhetorical, is what does that mean when it comes to counties in red? Does that mean if some counties are in red and others are not, that the sports would be approved for the counties that were not in red and not approved for those counties that were in red? So just some questions and thoughts that were coming up. Obviously this is going to be a big decision as to how we move forward with everything. If everything goes forward as planned, I think we're okay. But if not, I'm already receiving letters and phone calls, much like many of you, I'm sure, are as well, from parents, in some cases from athletes. I've seen on Twitter that Let CO Play is at it again, and they're adamant that they're going to be successful and being able to apply political pressure. What's frustrating for me is to read the social media comments that say that CHSAA is using kids as political pawns. I don't understand that comment at all because we don't have anything to gain politically. We're here to provide opportunities for our athletes as set forth by the state of Colorado. It's very easy for them to say, well, just let them play, the kids aren't getting sick or whatever. But we don't totally control our own destiny, as Rhonda's already mentioned. So a little bit of frustration there. There were some comments, and I noticed one in particular where there were some coaches that were involved in some of the meetings that we've had in the past. And I don't know if that's a big deal or not. The meeting that we just had the other day where Rhonda was and the staff were giving us comments on where we stood with season B and moving forward. I noticed it wasn't just ADs.
Yeah.
So that there were some coaches on there as well. And that raised a few eyebrows, just because I think ADs like to be in the know before their coaching staffs are, and want an appropriate amount of time to be able to think of how they're going to respond to their public on a local level. Again, just raising some eyebrows there because they weren't sure how the coaches got that particular information. I will say that I spoke to some principals in our league meeting and also a couple superintendents who have raised the question with a good number of schools throughout the state or districts throughout the state still being totally remote, around the wisdom of allowing sports to happen. If it's not safe enough to attend school in person, why is it safe enough for our athletes to participate in person? That's a conversation I've had actually with my school superintendents, and I have to admit that it's hard for me to come up with a counterpoint to that question. So, again, I'm not necessarily looking for any help in any of that. That's something that I think we're all going to have to figure out on a local level of this as to what we're going to deem safe enough for the students and staff within our school districts. So school districts, schools, what have you, however it is your community set up. Um, so let's see what else. Justin Saylor's asking what particular coach did I notice on the Zoom meeting on Monday? Actually, a coach I hired, Enoch Miller at Frederick High School, was one that I noticed.
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah. So trying to think of what else that I have. I think a lot of the things that people are looking at as well, there was a question, Ronna, that was asked about, has any consideration been given to keeping season D as long as it can be, not necessarily making it equal to seasons B and C, since those sports lost the full season already. And trying to give them a little bit more consideration so that they do not lose any more. Outside of that, I think things are good. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to say something, Ernie, because I was on a Zoom last week with superintendents, and the public doesn't understand that there is a push by educational leaders and even CDE, CDPHE, that the priority is education and not sports, and that CHSAA is putting pressure on our schools to have their facilities open. And even when they're not providing educational opportunities, now there's this pressure for basketball to start in a building or wrestling to start in the building. So it is a balance, right? Like how do we get there? And I know that that's not a conversation for this meeting, but I do want to sit with the board, because the messaging out there, that counterpart to the Let Colorado Play part, has to be out in the public, that we are dealing with a whole subset of people that are not for sports starting, whether it's on January 4th or February 1st, until we get through some of these educational and pandemic challenges out there. So yeah, I get on Zooms and I don't want to use the word I get lit up, but they're asking questions like, why are we pushing for indoor sports to start when we have inequitable opportunities and access to facilities across the state of Colorado due to education? So I thank you for bringing up that point, because it is pretty much where I'm at with a lot of our administrators around the state. And then I have some administrators that are saying, who cares? And I think pound sand was what Steve said, or somebody said pound sand, but I don't think we can pound sand. We can't be a rogue organization out there just working on our own, and we need to make these decisions. But we do have that challenge out there with administrators that are not on board for sports to start until we are all fully back in the classroom and schools have access, equitable access to facilities.
Rhonda, I do want to recognize that, some of the reporting organizations, I don't want to say newspapers anymore because those hardly exist anymore when it comes to prep sports, but I think Kevin Schaefer with Colorado Sports Network has made it very clear to the people that follow him that this decision to push the seasons back wasn't solely just CHSAA saying, hey, we don't like where numbers are, we're just pushing seasons back. It was clearly in reaction to the letter that CDPHE sent your way. And so he's made it very clear that this is a state of Colorado issue, not a CHSAA issue. So I do want to recognize that there are some people out there that are, trying to, and I think the term was used earlier, I think Gabe used it, to dispel fact from fiction out there, to where some of this pressure, yeah, they can pressure CHSAA all they want, but until the state provides the opportunity for us to move forward the way we want to, our hands are pretty much tied.
And we're education based. And that's where, I've already received 4 or 5 emails in the last week. I called Gabe because there's a group in Weld County that it's a indoor facility. They already have a whole schedule set up in December for basketball games. There's another group out there that has a whole schedule for volleyball games to start in December. And the parents send that to me. Why can they do this and we can't? And so we have to remember we're education based, and the accountability through state officials and even superintendents and principals. We we are held to a different standard because of who we are and how we're tied and we complement the classroom. So it's not an easy conversation with parents, but we have to stay focused on, we are education based and a complement to the classroom. And if games are being played outside and they're not following state guidelines, that's not anything that we can address, or do we have to defend? We have to defend what the Colorado Department of Health has given us and try to work around and navigate that within 363 schools with diverse challenges right now.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ernie?
That's all I have, Troy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Longwell, District 3, congrats on your state championship.
Thanks, Troy. What an awesome experience, and it was a privilege to be able to have a team down there, and the atmosphere that was provided by CSUP was phenomenal, even with only 75 fans. The noise that was made by the fans and stuff, you would have thought there were a lot more there. So appreciate all the work that the staff did. Adam, appreciate everything you did for football. And I would be remiss if I didn't say I think it's a great venue for the future too. I think if you have a packed stadium, it'll be an awesome atmosphere. So I would encourage as we move forward to just look at continuing the possibility of a championship weekend down there. So as far as the rest of it goes, I could pretty much just say ditto because the same thing up here is everywhere else. And Rhonda just hit on a couple of questions. Weld County, you know, we've alluded to it as the Wild West all along, and it is. And there are clubs and things that are having basketball games and volleyball games and stuff going on right now. And that seems to be the biggest issue with community and parents, the question revolving around why. Why can they do it and why can the school and CHSAA not? So we're just working really hard to try and get that message out to our constituents that, you know, we're a different organization. We have different guidelines that we have to work within, and we have to follow state mandates from CDPHE. They don't like to hear that, but I think once we do have those conversations, we're getting more and more people on board with us and understand a little bit better. So hopefully we can continue to do that and make progress in that area. But again, why are clubs operating? I had a funny one the other day. Why are NCAA programs operating and CHSAA isn't? And it's like, I didn't even want to justify an answer to that.
I can tell you they test 3 times a week.
Exactly. Yeah. The means and the things they have in place, there's no way in the world we can do that. Some discussions up here were going to the counties and getting variances from the counties. But that doesn't sound like that's going to necessarily be the right direction to go. As Luke alluded to, some of the counties are now saying no way. On the positive side, trying to find everything we can positive. The kids are willing to do whatever it takes to participate. So I appreciate that positive attitude from them, whether that's wearing masks or what have you. They're willing to do whatever it takes. And we'll just continue to move forward, and hopefully, like I said, January 14th, we get some positive feedback and can move forward. But it's tough because we do take a beating constantly. But, you know, as long as we keep doing what we know is best for kids, and we'll be okay.
Very true. Thanks, Steve. Okay, District 4, Mr. Smith.
I also received a lot of positive feedback, and thanks to the CHSAA staff for the culmination of the football season and advocating for parents to attend. Just a couple of my leagues, there's been some concerns that you know about the lateness of the last season and the desire not to move it back any further, as you know, there's concerns that it will interfere heavily with the club baseball season, and there are just concerns. You know, in my league, we have concerns about getting, you know, we're having trouble with numbers this year, just to kids not playing due to the COVID, and just concerns if we go too much later into June, we're not going to be able to put teams on the field. Got some questions about wrestling, especially some, requests for some more information there, just as schools are trying to plan their tournaments. If they need to cut down on the number of schools attending, there's a real lack of wrestling tournaments this year, as people really aren't sure what they'd be allowed to do. So the idea, if they get some guideline to shoot for, like I host a tournament, we're going to bring in only 8 teams this year, anticipating not being able to have as many teams involved. But the idea is, if they had a little more information about at least what the proposal is for what a tournament would look like, it would help schools plan and be able to participate in perhaps more or maybe less tournaments, but just trying to get that scheduled, because we haven't, obviously that hasn't been approved, but just trying to do that. I think it's interesting. A lot of coaches have moved out to me, and every coach thinks we should prioritize their sport, right? And, the amount of games they get and the season they get. So there's, lots of people now, especially discussing vaccines, where they want their sport moved back later in the year because they feel like it's a greater chance to play. Obviously, we can't play every sport that we have in May and June. That won't work, but it's just interesting that that's happened. And I think, obviously we're just not going to make everyone happy, especially at the 5A level, where kids tend to specialize in sports. Everybody wants as many games and as much time and the best season times. And then some of the smaller schools, want to make sure that we keep those seasons apart, that we don't have basketball and baseball at the same time, right? Because they can't put teams on the field if they do that. So kind of from the leagues I represent, there's 2 different, thoughts about that, right? I do think it's interesting, and I think we've seen clearly demonstrated in the state this year overall some of the priorities that our community and parents have. Not all of them, but when you have school districts that send their entire sports teams to remote and have teachers send homework home, and they take their kids out of class so they're not quarantined so they can play football or softball or whatever. Obviously, we are an academic organization, but it would be hard to argue that those teams and parents chose to put academics first. Those were athlete students and not student athletes. And I think we've seen kind of some of the issues we deal with in our field all the time, right? That where there's a lot more controversy over athletics, it gets a lot more concern than does academics. The amount of people I have that come into school to talk to me about our curriculum and what's going on in the classroom, I can count on one hand every year. The amount of people that come in and talk about cuts and play calling and offenses and defenses is extreme, right? So I think we're kind of seeing that played out here in our society, where parents are much more concerned about, in some cases, not all, but at least the vocal ones are much more concerned about getting their kids back on the courts. And I think if people do have concerns with that, they're going to have to be just as vocal as the people that are on the Twitter, right? But there's not a group that says, let's stay home, Colorado, or whatever, right out there. It's let's play Colorado. So I do find that kind of interesting, just that I think everyone's getting a little better picture of what we deal with day in and day out as athletic administrators, right? Where a lot of times the priorities aren't academics first, they're athletics first. So I find that kind of interesting to see how many people are shocked by that, because I don't think anybody in my job is shocked by that fact. Anyway, that's all I got.
All right. Well said, Nate. Thank you. All right, District 5, Mr. Coach.
Oh, I really hope Let's Stay Home Colorado catches on now. I also want to point out, I've been off of social media since September now, and my life is infinitely better for it. I am more relaxed. I don't read comments very often. I get on and check every once in a while, after big decisions happen. But for the most part, like I don't I don't get stuck in the toxicity. And so I've learned that what we see on social media is not actually a representation of what the real movement is. It's just it's fluffed a little bit. So it's hard to avoid, but if you have a chance over the next month or two, I highly recommend it. It's been pretty great. I don't have to see any more pictures of my aunt's dogs either, and that's fantastic as well. Yeah, we've had a pretty quick turnaround since last meeting, so I haven't been at all my league meetings. Been in some limited contact. Metro League, they didn't get anything back to me that was of any urgency, so I'm good there. I did attend the Confluence league meeting yesterday. Also, we can't echo it enough. Staff, you've done a great job. I know Adam, football is at the front and center, and I know it was quite the grind getting through that. But also a small conversation yesterday that was reminiscent of just how great softball and cross country were. And so, like, you know, that for season A and then modified football season, you guys have done a great job, and I know there's a ton of work going into the upcoming seasons as well. So all the staff, we can't thank you enough. It is often a thankless job, but you know, I'm sure you're going to hear it all from us today. Also want to give a shout out to Bert for dropping into our Confluence meeting yesterday at a short notice, just to kind of give us answers. And that's really, you know, the conversations in my district are, I don't think the delay really came as any surprise. Most of my schools are still just trying to get into the gym. Again, Denver schools haven't seen the inside of a gym since March. And so it's still, there's some there were some nerves about a January 4th start anyway, just in terms of we don't have kids anywhere near game shape and competition shape and any of that. And so I know Aurora Public Schools is in a similar boat. And so there's still, I would say generally, I don't know, from what I've seen, I don't know that the delay in my district in particular was met with any consternation by any means. I think it's more of just the questions of what does this mean in terms of scheduling. There's a lot of information flying around. I think we're just looking forward to getting specifics around how many games we're playing, when is regular season over, how do we schedule this, and all the while knowing that it's still very fluid. I was asked several times, you know, my opinion, like, do I really think we're going to get off the ground February 2nd? I told them I'll give them an answer on February 2nd, because I don't commit to anything at this point. So I will say I am optimistic. I do think the change gives us a better chance of getting through a season with fewer disruptions. I think just the post holiday travel was going to be a bit of a problem for our schools as people come back, get cases, and, you know, quarantine here, quarantine there. I do think giving a month for things to kind of stabilize, I guess, for lack of a better word, is probably in our best interest. And so, and I think generally speaking, within, at least from the conversations I've had within my district, I think that's where the optimism lies, is that it's going to be less disruptive in the long term. Two of the discussions that came up that I'll highlight, and I'll just, it's the questions and kind of the answers I gave. I know at the virtual meeting, there was a question in the chat. One of the Confluence members mentioned he saw it but didn't see an answer. There was a question about, has there been any thought around swapping seasons? So for instance, move soccer to B, basketball to D, so that things are flip-flopped. My response was that the complications there are, A, it's cold, but, you know, we can play in cold, but we don't always have lights on fields, and the daylight doesn't improve until mid-March. And so, like, there's a lot of logistical issues with that. I mean, if you're looking at baseball too, like, you're going to damage equipment if you're trying to play, you know, swing your bats and 20-degree weather. And so I think there's some obvious obstacles to that, but they did want to know if there has been any discussion around that. You can answer in a moment if you want to. And then the other thing that came up was the kind of the scenario if, you know, Confluence League is spread across 3 districts, Jeffco, APS, and DPS. And I think, you know, it's out there, but there's a scenario in play where, let's say, Aurora and DPS say we can't go for basketball, and our Jeffco school wonders, what does that do to them in terms of what support will they have in terms of scheduling? And I mentioned for football, I know Adam did a tremendous job of anytime games that got canceled, he kind of kept his database to try to match make teams and stuff like that. And so I think, I don't know that anybody has any specific requests in terms of can you do X, Y, or Z, but I think just if those situations arise, I think just some comfort in knowing that there will be some support from the office, and just even just communicating which schools have lost games if they need to make stuff up, or if they need some matchmaking and things like that. I think there's just some nervousness around schools just kind of being in leagues that get left in the cold a little bit. Those were the discussions that really came to light that I made notes on. And my last comment is just around, I know as we get ready for the midpoint in January and deciding what we're going to do with season B, and it's not just us deciding what to do in season B, it's also how we advocate, because the decision ultimately is not actually ours. We're doing our best to, be good stewards with what we have and work cooperatively with other parts of the state. And so as we advocate, similar to what we mentioned with the culminating events, I would still offer that sports with no fans are better than no sports at all. And so I know that we want to protect the high school experience, but I think based on some of the emails I've been receiving, I think if you tell a team that they have to play with no fans, they're just going to be happy to be on a court. And I think that goes a long way. And so as we consider variances and what we're requesting, I think that is something to be considered. I would also suggest maybe we offer levels of variances in our suggestions, because I have also been saying for a while, in many senses, I know that online school is hard and remote is hard. And it's and I know our other organizations are doing some analysis on how effective it is. But in terms of community spread and access, it is still, in my opinion, still safer for a group of 20 kids to work out once a day instead of try to squeeze 350 kids into hallways all day. And so I do think there is some logic in a reincorporation of athletics and activities coming back, A, because they're optional, no one's forced to report, B, they are just naturally cohorted, and your teams are teams and they don't have to blend if they don't have to. And so I think as we think through the coming months, I think being creative around what we're asking, how we're asking, and the rationale for it is that we can try things out with smaller groups, and our sport groups just by nature are smaller groups than entire student bodies. So just some food for thought that I've been thinking about with some of these other comments, and that is all I have.
All right, thanks, Caleb. District 6, Michael.
Had to unmute myself. Again, echoing what so many other people had said, Adam, awesome job with football. CHSAA staff, great job all together with fall sports, and good job for all of us on figuring out how to get through the football season. My leagues, likewise, I haven't been to any meetings, but I've gotten some feedback from some of the ADs as some of the information has gone out. Similar to others, they want some understanding of game limits and the specifics for both basketball and volleyball, as well as wrestling. There is a renewed desire from some athletic directors to allow Sunday contact, especially now that the seasons B and C are another week shorter. And then there have been a couple of questions as to why the next football season is not shortened, but the other seasons are. That's all I really have.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. District 7, Brett.
Not a lot to report. I did forward the information from Tom regarding girls golf. That had been a question in our last meeting. Thank you, Tom, for getting that to me. They were appreciative of the work that CHSAA is going to try to do with the CGA and the PGA to hopefully get us some places to play girls golf this spring. Other than that, it is just kind of a wait and see. We're all doing that, as all of you are too. Just to see what happens. I think they've given up being frustrated with the changes from CDPHE. They know that it's not our decision. So anyway, that's really all that I got from my leagues. Not a lot to report other than appreciation for Tom and his help with girls golf.
Okay, thank you, sir. District 8, Mr. Steiner.
Well, hello again. Good morning, everybody. It's like a lot of others, not a lot to report since our last meeting. I don't know of any league meetings that have gone on since then. Just a couple things, sound like a broken record, but congrats to Adam and the team again. I watched many of the games online, and you know, everybody got to play football. There was no indication that anything was different for the kids on the field. So I'm glad they got to have that culminating event, and Adam did an awesome job. And I know the staff with you guys with golf and softball and cross country and your seasons that you've had too. Excellent job getting some things done and completed. It was great for the kids to see that. I want to echo kind of Caleb's comments as well about social media and getting hammered. I know a couple of you other guys have talked about that too. It's not all out there. I know I get discouraged a little bit sometimes, and just need to realize that, you know, we're in an age where everybody has an opinion, but they think their opinion is 100% the correct one. There's not a lot of compromise that goes on, whether it be political, whether it be within CDPHE or CHSAA, sometimes not even within our schools. But we need to relearn how to work together and all work as a team, not us as in the board or anybody, but society does. So one of the things that we're doing, I'll just throw out, because I'm the COVID guy at school here, so I get to field all those calls and make all those calls. We are going to, I worked all Thanksgiving week pretty much doing COVID stuff with people getting sick and who's on quarantine and who's not. But we're going to either put a Survey Monkey or a Google form together, and we're going to send that out to our parents and tell our parents, if you have a sickness or you have something going on, that you can go to the form and you can fill it out, so that I am not looking at information every day in my email. And that'll hopefully give me some downtime over the holidays. So if any of you guys are in that same situation, maybe a suggestion to at least take a few days off and disconnect and get out of the COVID world and just spend it with your family, or how you want to spend it. You know, I'll wait for the CHSAA staff to report, but I was listening to the volleyball committee meeting yesterday, and I know they decreased games, I think, to 14. You know, everybody's going to be curious on what basketball's thinking. So something to talk about, Bert, when you get to the basketball season. And I'm sure wrestling would be interested, maybe if there's going to be reduction in duels and stuff too. So that's kind of all from my end, unless anybody has any questions.
Thanks, Don.
Okay, thanks, Don. All right, last but not least, District 9, Mr. Hargrove.
All right, well, first of all, like everybody else, congratulations to the staff and the board for the completion of football. Obviously, congratulations to all those teams that competed, not only this last weekend, but throughout the year. It was good to see all that go. One thing, I'm kind of like Caleb. I gave up social media a few weeks ago. It's been a lot easier. The only thing I found out is if I want to get any of you guys' phone number and give you a call, I have to look into the CHSAA directory to get it. I can't get it off Twitter now. I brought that back out and brushed the dust off, so it's good. But that, I think, is a good thing sometimes to get away from that. I had a ton of notes. You guys have dropped on a lot of it, so I won't try to continue to beat a dead horse, I guess. But a few things I do want to mention. I think, you know, the misinformation that people still think about us, I think, is one of the things that I'm finding on the phone calls and the parents that I'm talking to. And when you get that and you're able to convince them that, hey, this was not something we were shooting for to delay season B, but it's something we're faced with, then they get to the point of, well, why can't we just tell those people why can't we just make our decisions and we put in the safety protocols that we know is right and go on about our business? So long story short, there's a whole lot of personal agendas out there, and I think we deal with that every day in education. I've been in this long enough to know that anytime you're making decisions, you're going to have to deal with other people's personal agendas and try to work together. They're unaware, as Ron, I think, pointed out, of all the different groups that we're working with. And so that, we're making decisions based on different things, and they want us to make a decision on. So that makes it hard. I do want to share from one gentleman. I had a phone call with, all the way through football, and continue to have phone calls with him. So I wanted to make sure I put in his feelings on this. He asked if, I can't remember Jill's last name, but he's a little disappointed. He believes that if we're letting Jill make all the decisions based on how we're going to run our sports seasons, he's totally in disagreement with that. He also mentions that after 9 months, if we haven't figured out how to protect the kids and haven't figured out how to protect the elderly and those at risk, that maybe we're not going to do it. So maybe we ought to just start figuring out how to get the kids and let the kids do what they need to be doing. So again, I think we've got, you try to explain to them that, and you also have the people that are facing that have not got their kids in school yet. And as a superintendent, that's a conversation that I have to have with my coaching staff as well. We go remote, and they're in the room the next day wanting to know how we can get our kids into play some basketball. So trying to balance that is hard. And throughout the state, we have so many different variances of people in different schools. It makes our job hard, and it makes it, I'm trying to figure out a way, and I'm trying to explain how we have to appreciate some of these people's dislikes for us, I guess, at this point in time. And I've just kind of come to the fact that while we're not making some of these decisions, we're having to abide by them, and we're needing to go with them. And they need someone that they can reach, and they can reach out to, and that they can complain to, I guess, or voice their opinions. And that happens to be our job right now. Doesn't make it easier, but I think that's something that we have to do. So I do have a few things that don't have anything to do with COVID right now. So I'll get to them in a bit. But off the basketball, just some questions about basketball, Bert. I imagine you addressed this, I think, in your meeting on Monday, wasn't it? That a couple people missed maybe, or didn't get it, or you will be addressing in the future. One, I've had some questions about why we can't have games on the 28th, 29th, and 30th. Would have been that first weekend in January. We were going to have games. Now we're not. I think you addressed that, so I'm not going to, you don't need to address that with me, but I think maybe some people missed out on that. Another question that's come up with losing that week, as far as now everybody's having to adjust their schedules. And if they were wondering if there's anything, if you were having any recommendations coming from the staff as to, should we take the schedule we had built for January and skip the first week and replace those games around, or are people just going to try to move in games here and there, or whether just everybody on their own, whatever works best for them. So just some thought on that one. And then obviously somebody mentioned about, are we continuing to work towards no mask while playing? And I think that's something that's going to continue to go. Another thing is why can other states figure out ways to do this, but we can't? And then you kind of explain some of the things. I think if you look into what Kansas is doing, hey, a lot of athletic directors are good with no fans, no parents in the stands. They figured out it was a parent issue that was causing the COVID problem, so they're doing out fans. So maybe that may be something that some of these people don't want to ask for, but they continue to ask for it. And then lastly, this one's more for Jen and track. I've had a group contact me here in the last couple of years, and now they're starting to try to put something together. They're wanting to look into the possibility of increasing the maximum wind allowance from +2, moving that up or something. I don't know what's behind what kind of data they have or why they're doing that, but I told them I would mention that to you and maybe see what they need to do, who they might, if that's even a possibility of anything at all, or if I need to just tell them stop wasting their time. So.
Well, I can tell you it definitely has came up one other time from one other area, from a committee member, and it continues to get shot down. But I'm happy to just have conversation with them on what that looks like and why we're where we are and go from there. But,
and
yeah.
Jen, you and I looked at, it is an international rule on wind. So if you break a record and you don't follow the national guidelines or the world guidelines for wind aided performances, they don't count. So I think that would be so far, right, Jen? When we talked about that, it would be so far out of track and field's norms to start creating your own win readings. I don't know.
Correct.
No, and I don't know if it, they may be just looking at something for our qualifications to our state meet. I haven't sat down with them and got specifics, but they texted me
My guess
yesterday
is
and
what they're trying to do.
and wanted me to give them a call when I had a chance to do it. And I told them that we had a meeting today and I would just kind of feel it out a little bit here, and then I'll give them a call tomorrow or something. And maybe tell them to contact you and you can have a little bit of discussion to see what they're looking at. So
Sure, no problem.
I think that'll do it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hargrove. All right, on to old business 7.0, 7.1, Sunday contact with current high school players during conclusion of the 2020-21 seasons, waiver only. Rhonda.
Sure, and I'm going to start my conversation with a disclaimer, okay? So the board of directors and CHSAA staff are not trying to push Sunday contact as any type of precedent setting or open door decision making. What you're about to hear and what you're seeing as a result of many of our schools that are about to experience, especially now with this pushback, some facility issues in terms of scheduling. And so this is not anything the board or the CHSAA staff, this is just bringing forward a conversation and however we want to move towards it, okay? So I wanted to put that out there because there has been some conversation that this isn't my agenda. I want Sunday contact, or maybe somebody else does. And I just think it's important to know that we're moving forward with something that a percentage of our membership has asked us to address after the survey went out. So either way this works out, I'm good, but I wanted to provide you with the waiver process. So Ryan is going to do a screen share right now to show you the waiver that would be constructed if we move forward with this for a Sunday contact with current high school players during the conclusion of the 2021. CHSAA has created this, the calendar has created this problem. Normally our coaches are able to, high school coaches can start to have contact with student athletes the first Sunday prior to Memorial Day. We've extended the season for a month. So now we're looking at club coaches that are now to fulfill their obligations to their high schools through June 26th, making a choice between their summer jobs or their professions and participating with high school. So what I'd like to go through, and this is applicable even for 7.2, which is Sunday practice exception by commissioner approval to accept an alternate non-contact day, because I think that was also an area. Why would a school be allowed to have contact days in a 7-day week? No accountability for which day they would not have contact. So I'm just going to go through this real quick. Once the decision is made, we just give that clarification that they would receive this decision through email. You would put in your school name, the name of the administrator requesting the Sunday exemption. Then they say, I am requesting a Sunday exemption. We're asking them which sports are you requesting the exemption for? I anticipate this would be mostly about ice hockey, swimming, potentially any facility that is outside the norm or the regular building, right? The ability to be able, I just received a call from an AD last week. They walked in with their plan to begin girls swimming. They were told they can only have 10 in the building at the same time. They anticipate potentially cutting about 30 girls from their swim team. So truly, this is, for me, looking at what outside facilities may have some negative impacts because of scheduling and the being in the red and what the guidelines are. Okay, move down. Please provide a short explanation of the purpose of this request. Please identify the day that the coach and the members of the team will not have contact. This means your team will not have practice or competition on this day in lieu of a Sunday exemption. And then basically this would be the AD or administrator. I am requesting the following CHSAA registered coach because there was a conversation around loss of income that has been a financially compensated employee by the district or school in 2020, 2021 competitive year be granted a Sunday contact. So if we're talking about someone's finances now being impacted due to COVID and the extension of the season, we don't want to see our schools hiring a coach now, knowing that that coach could coach on Sunday. So if you hire a coach within January of 2021 and the end of the season, they would not be eligible for this because we would say, you hired them knowing that they would not have the ability to coach their club sport after May. So we would really only be looking at the coaches that have already or currently part of that school's program and now is being impacted by COVID. All right, so again, we're trying to think out of the box of all the what ifs of people who say, oh, well, they'll hire this, you know, I'm trying to think of a soccer coach in a club just to get through, and we would have a coach coaching on Sunday and our kids. No, we've already put in ways that we can catch some of those things that we think that maybe some of our schools would probably try to test the boundaries on what this is really meant to do. And then it says also provide coaches, sponsors name and sport or activity for verification of the date and official registration. So we would also look into the platform and find out when those coaches were actually registered in the platform so that we don't have a manipulation of the bylaw or a manipulation of this request or verification. So again, I just wanted you to have a visual so that you could see that this wasn't something that everybody in the state of Colorado who wants to practice on Sunday now, or anybody in the state of Colorado who wants to maybe add additional practices, there are going to be some checks and balances, and they will be vetted by our office, no different than a transfer waiver to gain approval. So either way the board decides to go, I don't want to be the spokesperson. I think it's pretty evident from our membership that they would like me to stay as neutral as possible in this. The only reason why I feel compelled to come before you is because of the number of girls swimmers that we anticipate will be cut from participation because of the impact of COVID. And that is my only motivation in bringing this to you in terms of the gender equity pieces. But I'm 100% neutral in whatever we decide to do moving forward.
So along those same lines, I think I think the form itself makes a lot of sense. I think the waiver makes sense. I think it makes sense for Rhonda to be neutral. I also think it makes a lot of sense for the board to be neutral on this topic. I think having conversations kind of throughout this week and last week about Sunday contact and throughout the years, honestly, I mean, the Sunday contact conversations have been going on for a long time. I understand what a polarizing topic Sunday contact can be. I think there's been a precedent that's been set for how Sunday contact should be addressed, and that's through the Legislative Council. So I would propose, or at least want to throw out to the board, that instead of the board trying to make a decision about this topic and get in the middle of this and debating Sunday contact, which I think is an endless argument that goes on forever and ever, that we put it out to the membership. It's how Sunday contact has been decided in the past. I think it empowers groups, leagues, or sport organizations that feel like this is an issue to plead their case and to convince the membership that we need to have Sunday contact. And if they do that and the membership feels like that's a valid point, then they can go ahead and vote for Sunday contact. I think it also helps give a voice to maybe some people, some groups, and maybe leagues or individuals throughout the state that maybe feel like they haven't had a voice, or maybe that decisions have happened and they haven't had a way to advocate for what they feel is needed. I think the Legislative Council is a perfect way for them to do that. The bylaws do allow us on page 31 of the bylaws, 800.73, it does say that action of the legislative council shall be taken only when the legislative council is in session. The board of directors may authorize a mail ballot, which constitutes a session of the legislative council. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm not saying we have to. I'm definitely not, but I just want to make sure that we consider that before we get into this whole thing.
Thanks, Lou. There's a part of me that agrees that if there was a way we did this with whether or not we were going to allow bona fide family moves, right? With the COVID and what that would look like early August. And I think there's been, quote, I hate using the word precedent because there's no precedent, right now, there's no precedent. But I think that it was successful in getting a response back from the Legislative Council in terms of the direction. I'm not doing it because I feel like they don't have a voice, and I'm not supporting this because they feel like they don't have a voice. I like the idea of a poll because it is polarizing, and because we didn't have an opportunity through the survey to provide all the data points of why we would even consider this. Maybe it gives us an opportunity to expand on that and then get that information back from them and be able to, if the board wants to go that direction, be able to say what we're going to do on January 26th, because the season doesn't start till February 1st. Our schools would still have the opportunity, if this was passed, to get those waivers in to start planning on their practice sessions in some of those outside venues. I want to say I support that 100%. If that's, we want to get a bigger picture with better information. I think someone said knowledge is power. And I think clarification to the membership is probably aligned with why we need to look at this again. But I just don't want it coming from me. I mean, I would have to send the survey, but I think what you said earlier is we just have to step back from some of these things and pick our battles. And I don't want to advocate for athletic directors that aren't standing up to an all-school email by an athletic director calling out why we would be moving in this direction. And then I have to respond to it by standing up to some of our schools that would be in this situation. So I'm good with getting it out to the Legislative Council, showing the waiver process that I just submitted to the board, and just putting it on pause and getting that feedback again with better education. And if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It's not the board or CHSAA staff that needs that extra facility. We have a bylaw in place that allows us to participate on Sunday should we get in a bind. This is just about our schools. So.
Any other discussion on it? Is that the direction we want to go? It'll be interesting to see if the numbers change much, having the information and doing a survey again. It'll be interesting to see.
Is that what are we saying? Do a survey and then we vote based on the survey, or are we? No. Is essentially the Legislative Council voting on this? Is that what we're saying?
Legislative Council.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would support what Luke is talking about. I mean, we've discussed this a couple of times. We've sent a survey on it. I don't know the point in trying to discuss it again as a board. And even if we did recommend it, it would still have to go back to a Legislative Council anyway, because this board does not have legislative authority, and the bylaws are very clear on that. So either way,
The board would have the authority.
We can.
I'll let Alex come in, but the board would have the authority to allow this practice opportunity. The board does have the authority, and especially in this time, we've had that conversation, but I'm agreeing with Luke. I don't want to make it seem like this is debatable, but this board of directors, and again, I'll let Alex, I don't want to speak for what the board has the authority to do, and Bert can come in. We've had this conversation in August, but it wouldn't go back to the Legislative Council before January if we didn't do a special session, get it out to the Legislative Council before that meeting in April. So again, just clarification on what the board has the authority to do at this time. And I'll let Alex come in on that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that I mean, especially since, well, I mean, it may be a moot point because we're talking about doing the legislative council survey. But yeah, if it were necessary, the board could do that. And
Alex, I guess I'm confused because I
I
thought,
don't have my book in front of me.
yeah, I thought it says specifically in the bylaws that the Board of Directors does not have legislative council authority other than in terms where a legislative council did something that was inappropriate and resulted in conflict. But outside of that, we don't have legislative council authority or legislative authority as a Board of Directors. I thought that and again, I don't have them in front of me either. I'm going to go grab.
I just put it in the chat. 810.6 is that its authority does not include legislative power delegated to LC, except that by a 2/3 vote of those members voting, it may alter a ruling of the Legislative Council in order to resolve conflicting legislation or to correct unanticipated problems created by LC action. I think there's an argument that COVID is an unanticipated problem. I didn't see it coming. The safeguard there is that if, just hypothetically, if we did put it to a vote and we get the 2/3 needed to overturn it, the safeguard is that then legislative council members can request mail-in ballots. And it looks like if 25% of the members request the mail ballot, then it's sent to the legislative council, and then the legislative council then can either veto our overturn or accept the new direction.
So Caleb, I guess I would go back to where you said that unanticipated, or read that section again about the unanticipated.
Yeah. So let's see here. Does not include the legislative power delegated to the legislative council, except that by a 2/3 vote of those members voting, it may alter a ruling of the legislative council in order to resolve conflicting legislation or to correct unanticipated problems created by legislative council action.
So created by legislative council action. I would say that this pandemic was not created by LC action.
And the pandemic is not created, but the Sunday
contact rule
was created by legislature.
Was created, and then the unanticipated piece to this is the pandemic. And the safeguard is what is the most important piece here. And right now it sounds like it's going to be a moot point just based upon what I'm hearing around the table. But in the event that we just, as a board, you decided that you were going to suspend the Sunday contact rule for this year, or put into play what you have here, and Ernie, the Longs Peak League, didn't want that to happen, within 30 days of that action, they could make that request, and then it would go to a full vote. Right now, what I heard Luke say is he wants it to go to a full vote on a mail-in vote anyway.
Right, which again, I would support.
Yeah. So just to play, I don't disagree with it, but to play devil's advocate, if we put this to a vote, to the survey, similar to what we did with football and other things, like some of the feedback that we got is that we're putting the onus on the schools, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, of course. But I guess like some of the conversations I had after the fact were like, then why do we have a board of representatives or a board of directors anyway? If we're going to keep putting the big decisions back to the LC, then why do we need to be here? And I think it's a valid question, because if we're essentially here to review the situations and make decisions, then why? I don't know that I completely agree with what I just said, but that's kind of the counterpoint to the mail-in suggestion.
And I agree with that, Caleb. And I had some conversations with many of you around this Sunday, and I felt like I put you in this position because the survey basically said that the majority did not want to have Sunday practices, and there was a slight margin around coaches having Sunday. And I'm just going to put this out here so we can have this conversation. I'm willing to say, let's let it go. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because that's where I'm at after speaking to some of the ADs. I feel like if there are ADs out there that have these challenges, I don't want to be their voice when they have not come public or communicated that with our board. It feels like I'm the voice of Sunday Contact, and I don't want to be in this position. And I said this earlier, my only advocacy is for the fact that I know that we are going to lose a large percentage of girl swimmers because we're using outside facilities for the swim season. And I just want that noted, but I don't want to be the voice of Sunday Contact. And I am good if you guys turn it down today and say we're not moving forward with it. I just don't, you pick your battles. And this is not one that the commissioner wants to be seen as pushing Sunday Contact. So either way you go, I'm good.
I would support Luke's proposal. I think, and again, just because we have the power to do something, this would be a pretty big shift for our association. I think especially because we've already done the survey, it's in our best interest to put the bylaw out there, have the legislative council vote where they can see all of the particular sides of it, and then make the best decision. Because I think it's gonna, as Ernie said, I think it would come back to a legislative council vote. I think if we did pass this today, they would request the vote anyway, and they would be the one wanting to make that decision. So I think it's in our best interest just to go to them. And I think especially to me, since the season got moved back to February 1st, we now have the time to do that.
Yes. I was just looking at Wendy's chat. Is very clear in all communication from me that this would be a temporary through June 26th. That is also on the waiver request that would go out. Nothing extends past June 26th. And I want to bring up just one other point. When this board decided to allow the 2.5 Carnegie unit waiver, right? This board allowed for that process not to happen through June 26th. And so there's already been decisions by this board to look at the bylaws and determine what is best for our membership moving forward. And so it's not like we're stepping outside of this realm that this board hasn't made some sweeping decisions. But again, if we're going to go this direction, I think because of the conversations I've had around Sunday, since the email, since Greg Hawkins' email, since my response, a legislative council clarification with the ability to vote again, if we're not going to turn it down today, is probably the best direction.
Do we make that as a motion?
Yeah, if there's no other discussion.
Well, I guess part of it, Troy, I'm not in favor of making a ruling that's going to allow Sunday contact, but I would be at least in favor of some discussion that says, hey, if we're not willing to consider Sunday contact, I'm okay with that based on what I've heard from my leagues, 3 of my leagues. One of my leagues is very much in favor of this. Just, based on surveys and some of the things and past discussion and all that other stuff, if we say no, I guess I'm okay with that, but I'm not personally in a position where I'm willing to vote yes, let's have Sunday contact. Before I say that, I'd put it back to the membership. So, but I'm okay voting no for no.
I think the great irony here, Ernie, is that this ties directly to the question you brought up for new business: is what's the role of the board in the end, right? Absolutely. And so I think that's kind of the discussion to have later. So while I brought up counterpoint, I don't see a problem with putting it to the membership. I do, similar to what Wendy is saying. I think clarity in that it's only for this year. I would also say we need to corral it in pretty well, because what I'm hearing is that basically this is around facility availability in terms of rental spaces like ice time, as well as capacity limits that limit how many kids can get in. And so I would even say we narrow the scope of what's being asked, that if it's just a matter of I don't like practicing on Thursdays. I'd rather practice on Sunday. I don't think that should be approved in this instance. I think we should also ask for some type of documented hardship for facility space or availability or something along those lines. I think in my mind, that makes sense because some of the feedback that I've received previously is like, it just feels like people are using COVID to try to get around Sunday contact, and whether that's valid or not, it's a perception.
Caleb, do you want me to,
I can.
do
Oh,
you want me
sorry.
to talk on what I've heard from swimming and ice hockey at all?
Go ahead,
No.
Justin.
Yeah, so I think, and again, as Ron has said, we're very neutral on this subject. But what I've heard, and here's what the issue comes down to with the current facilities is that a swim team, whether it's club or high school, who has traditionally had, let's just say 50 athletes on the team that have used 1 hour of practice time at either, a rec center or some kind of an outside facility that's not the school, because of the current limitations to the number of athletes that are allowed indoors, which is 10. Again, previously they would be able to have 50 over 1 hour. Well, now they're going to need to do that practice with 10 kids over 5 hours. And so the amount of available time to them has shortened. And so Sunday would be just an additional option for them to be able to get into an outside facility. It would create additional available hours for them to use while we're at these current capacity limits. And like Rhonda said, this isn't something that we're looking to make, the new normal and going forward, we would use Sundays. But right now, while we're limited to 10 athletes, teams and club teams, high school teams that were traditionally using 1 or 2 hours for their practice with 50 kids now have to break that into 5 different hour time frames with 10 kids only. And that's why the available hours are so much less.
Yeah, and let me tell you how it impacts our membership. Cherry Creek allows Douglas County to rent their facilities, their pools during the swim season. And now that you can only have 10 kids in as Justin said, in a building at one time, Cherry Creek is going to take care of their 60 swimmers, 10 at a time for an hour before they allow Douglas County to come in with their 10. So when you talk to the facility managers, they ask if we had this additional day, we could bring Douglas County swimmers in on this additional day. So Douglas County would be the one asking for the Sunday practice, not Cherry Creek schools to have access to a facility. So it is even high school facilities that have been sharing and collaborating with our different school districts that don't have facilities that are now going to shut them down and say, wait a minute, we got to take care of all of our Cherry Creek kids before we start allowing Douglas County kids into this facility. So I think the fear is that this is going to be an open door and that we're not smart enough to vet those kinds of things, but we are, and we're hearing the story. So we're not going to let someone come in and just say, hey, we want to have practice here. We are hearing legitimate concerns around swimming and ice hockey and sharing facilities.
And just one last comment, and then I'll step back. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that there are going to be schools, when you're talking about the idea of 50 kids, now you have 5 hours of full time instead of 1 hour full time. There are some schools that can afford to pay that 5 hours, and there are some schools that cannot. And so we're still going to be dealing with some of the have-nots who still can't afford to keep their kids on their roster simply because they can't for the additional time. So I think I would probably agree. I think this change benefits the schools with the resources in order to do so and doesn't benefit all schools. And with that, I'm going to mute my microphone.
Yes, one comment that I would have, and this probably puts it on your shoulders, Rhonda, or some of the assistant commissioners, is if we are going to have variances to compete in the regular season, is there a way to have variances knowing that we have an entire team that is showing up to practice at a facility, at a site, and it's not just more than 10 people from the general public that randomly get there? Does that make sense?
I can repeat it back to you. What I think you said is that we would have a high school that would show up at a facility on a Sunday and there would be general public in there with an event going on. Okay, sorry.
No, it would be for when a high school shows up to practice. So if, and this would be without Sunday contact. This would be a normal practice day of whatever, Wednesday, Thursday. That part of the variance would read that instead of a limit of 10, that we would have a limit of 50 maybe, or 30 for a hockey team or something. That would allow a team, a complete total team, to be in a practice facility and not have it limited to the 10 that CDPHE or any indoor sport or what would have. So it would be a question that we'd be asking within the rest of the variances for our sports seasons to take place, first off, but also a variance that we would be allowed to have additional kids in our facility. Again, knowing it's our group, it's one group that's together all day, all the time anyways.
Sure. So that is what we submitted, right, a month and a half ago, is to have extension of our roster so that we could participate with as much normalcy as we do without the pandemic. We know that CDPHE is not going to provide variances to CHSAA for capacity limitations. So the best that we can hope for is that we're able, if we're still in red, to have 12 kids. I think Justin and I submitted, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we asked for more kids for ice hockey in a facility at one time, especially swimming. We asked for more student athletes. So that would cross over into a practice session as well as a competitive session, whether it was Monday through Sunday. So those variances are there, and those are the ones that they turned down. So when we get to that point, once the variances are in place, we would be allowed to have those numbers in any facility that we would participate in. I don't know if you're asking me about more than what we asked for. We just asked for basically competitive limitations for practice and competition. So we didn't ask for, I don't think we asked for 50 swimmers. I think, Justin, please chime in. I think we asked for 25 because at the time we were in orange, right? When these were submitted, we were asking for just more than the orange level.
Yeah, no, we asked for 50 were allowed for, at the time, 50 were allowed for practice. So we said, can we have the competition? We asked for the competition variances to be the same as the practice variances, which will be hopefully when we're back to orange 50 or yellow, whatever color it was.
I feel like it was yellow. I feel like it goes 50, 25, 10.
Yeah.
And then
so we just want the practice and competition guidelines to be identical.
Right. And if we get to purple, obviously we're at 0. So something in my brain is saying 50, 25, 10, 0.
And I think
So Don, I hope that answers your question. We're on it in terms of variances, trying to get additional student athletes per roster, no different than football, to be able to conduct these events with some normalcy in a facility.
Yeah, and so if we're already asking for those variances, and I don't see that the argument that we're going to have 10 kids needing 5 hours of pool time to do on Sunday makes any sense then. And maybe we're just miscommunication, but if we're asking for the variances to have 25 to 50 in practices as well, then how is that more than what we have? And
well, Don, the club teams might not get those same variances that CHSAA gets. They might still be at 10.
And these are community facilities, so our people don't get 100% access to a facility, as Justin said. They're sharing facilities with the communities that pay their bills. And so scheduling around that, and Justin, you just said it with the club, but I agree with you. It could be where they say, you're allowed to have 25 high schools, but we also have to plug in our community swimmers as well. And we're only going to give you 10 or 15, and you're going to have to schedule around it. So I don't want to get into micromanaging what the outside facilities. We just need to look at whether or not we want to allow this to happen and then schedule around it. Because I'm not going to get into South Suburban, how many ice hockey or what can you do over here? I trust our membership to only come to us with these variances if they have an issue. I just don't want to get into the nitpicking and you need to prove something to me. And there's conspiracies around why certain schools are in place. Our schools have been transparent and upfront. We need your help. We either have to decide as a board, are we going to help them? Are we afraid this opens the door to something more in 2021 or 2022, or, you know, put it out to the legislative council? So I think we're in a good place to get to that point right now. What do we want to do as a board? Do we want to pass this? Do we want to put this in the legislative council, or do we want to deny it? And I think we can move forward from that.
Okay.
Luke, did you make the motion?
Yep, if you're ready.
I guess my motion would be to take 7.1 Sunday contact with current high school players during conclusion of the 2021 seasons, waiver only, as presented by Rhonda, and independently, so 2 votes, if that makes sense. These wouldn't be connected. 7.2 Sunday practice exception by commissioner's approval to accept an alternate non-contact day, waiver only, as presented by Rhonda, to turn those into legislative council proposals or votes. I don't know, maybe where's our attorney who can turn that into a good proposal?
You want to pass that by me a little bit more?
Basically, all I want to propose is that 7.1 and 7.2 are passed on to the legislative council for a vote.
I think that can probably be structured into, you know, in writing better than, you know, because there's going to have to be a literal proposal prepared. And I think that, you know, that's probably better done in writing rather than us trying to extemporize. But we can do it right away. That sound okay to you, Rhonda?
Yes, and I think I see Bert shaking his head. So Alex, you, Bert, and I, if this passes, because we're in the discussion phase, if this passes, the 3 of us can get together on a Zoom, construct that language, because I'm just going to say this. I think our surveys have not been clear over the course of the last 3 months, and it has caused us to take some steps back. So I think having you on board to construct the survey early on will be very helpful. So I'm good if this passes, the 3 of us getting together.
So we're also talking about doing a second survey.
Yes, this would be the follow-up survey per the board of directors, moving this towards the legislative council to get a second vote with the waiver and clarification added on this particular survey.
I don't think we're looking at doing another survey. I think we're simply looking at taking it right to a legislative council vote.
That's what I meant. Sorry. It's a legislative council vote. Sorry, my terminology was off. This is going straight to the legislative council.
I second Luke's motion.
Okay, been moved by Luke, second by Michael. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Anybody opposed? Not seeing any. Okay, motion carries. Right, thank you for everybody's input on that very much. Okay, 8.0 bylaw review. Bethany.
Okay, awesome. So I just sent the link to Ryan. He's going to share his screen with you. I wanted to give you guys all an update of the handbook committee, which several of you were part of. Ryan, are you trying to ask me? Oh, there we go. Okay. And so we presented 7 proposals to the handbook committee just to get their input. And I will let you know as we go through each of these that they don't recommend all of them, but they recommend some of them. Ultimately, it's going to be the board's decision on whether or not we move them forward. So again, just more conversation. The first one is the Legislative Council membership that Bert wrote up. And basically it would give every single school a vote at the Legislative Council. And the handbook committee did not support this. They really felt value in conversation, in communication with their leagues, and they did not feel that every single school needed to have a vote. Ultimately, I just need a thumbs up, thumbs down. Are we moving this bylaw forward from the Board of Directors? And I can't really see with the shared screen, so maybe someone can. Okay, I think I can try to see people now. So I see thumbs down, thumbs down. Anyone want to move this one forward? Okay, all right, well, we will get it deleted. Awesome. The next one, this one is one that you have not seen before. In conversation with the handbook committee, there was some individuals on that committee that wanted to see board qualifications put together in the form of a bylaw. And while this was not unanimous, they asked that I put it together and that we bring it to you guys. So with that being said, I would welcome Luke and Mike Hawks for your input on this, but they wanted to see some qualification criteria be put in regarding your, that you must present some sort of qualifications to be a board of director member. And even though I point blank said to them, you know, that would technically disqualify Caleb. He didn't have, you know, he was a new school. He didn't have the experience that you're looking for. And he's been, you know, an exceptional board member, and they all agreed with that. They still thought it was necessary to add that into our board of directors. Now, I do want to preface this conversation by saying we don't have to do what the handbook committee does. And I told them flat out that if the board of directors didn't bring a bylaw forward that they wanted to see, it's up to them and their league to bring it forward. But I did just want to bring this as discussion. So what this would do is that it would say in order to be eligible to serve on the board of directors, the nominee must be an experienced administrator. If the nominee didn't meet the minimum requirements listed below, then the nomination must then be signed off on by the league presidents from the leagues that nominee will represent. And if the nominee doesn't get the required sign off, then the league must bring forward another nominee. So I'm open to comments and anyone else that was part of that discussion for the handbook committee.
Are we saying 3 years as a specific?
I was it.
Rita.
I love it.
Hi, guys.
That was great.
Yep.
Does anyone want to see qualifications for the board? I kept emphasizing to them that it is your league's responsibility to put forward who they want to represent them. And for some reason, they wanted to try to put more parameters on that.
That just seems like it opens up too much opportunity for potential discriminatory measures. It opens up too much opportunity for people to, like people's discretionary measures are in different places. It's a tough place to go into, and you will see concerns across the board. Like it just, why? I guess
It becomes a good old boys club bylaw is what it is.
Thank you, Trina. Does anyone, and I would be welcome to Luke, because you heard that conversation, Luke and Mike. Do you see any point in this?
I mean, I don't think their intent was to create any of that. I mean, their intent was basically that they want people who I think this is what the intent was. Was that they want people on the board who understand CHSAA and who have kind of been kind of through it a little bit, who've who've been in AD for a period of time, who understand the issues, and maybe have been on a committee and understand kind of how CHSAA works. Is that valid or not? I don't know. I would agree. It gets pretty, it does open the door for a lot of things. And ultimately, I think a league should pick whoever I mean, if they have a person who's new and fresh, like Caleb, I mean, that's a new, fresh guy right there. If they want him on the board, then why not? And so I just have I would have a hard time telling leagues that this is what they have to do. It just seems kind of arbitrary, and I don't know, but.
Yeah, I mean, because I kind of get the idea behind it. I guess the question is, like, are we talking about 3 years of CHSAA specific experience, or like, because I mean, I have 20 years of experience across various sport organizations, and so it's like, what are we talking about trying to do here? And if it's just CHSAA experience, I don't think that actually helps like push any ideas, because I mean, it's very beneficial to some outside thought every once in a while. So I don't know. I guess the intent is pretty important here. I just don't know that this captures quite what the intent is from what I'm hearing from Luke.
I'm not hearing a ton of support or any support to move forward. I did want to just scroll down. There was one, Ryan, if you could just scroll down a little bit to 810.5. There was talk too of adding this sentence. And I know that we have had a conversation as a board about this before too, but saying, you know, should we be more specific on the expectations for communication? So each board of director member must communicate with the league presidents within their district before and after each board meeting. Again, I don't know if that's necessary, but there was a lot of discussion about that at the handbook committee. And then I know we have talked about that at the board as well. So thoughts?
I mean, I brought this up. This is me, so I'll own it. But, I mean, I don't know if must is the right word, but I know I've heard from, and I think that there's been a lot of people who criticize the board as of late. And mostly because probably they didn't agree with the decision that we made, not necessarily because they didn't have representation. But I do think that there needs to be some way in which leagues communicate directly and more effectively with board members. And league presidents seem to me a good conduit to which that can occur, because they should be gathering information. They should understand kind of the pulse of their leagues. And I think it makes it a lot more manageable for board members to be able to just communicate with league presidents. Hey, here's what's going to come up in the upcoming board meeting. And then afterwards, hey, here's what happened. Recording the board meetings, I guess, helps that to some degree, and maybe it's not as big as an issue. But my thought was just, how can we make people feel like they have more of a direct link to their board members, and that their voices are being heard, and that league presidents can then go back to their leagues and say, hey, I talked to our board member about this, and they're going to advocate for us, or at least bring this up. So that was my thinking with this. I don't know if it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't know if must is the right word, but
the only thing I would do is I would probably add or district athletic director in some cases.
And then I was, I was also thinking though, like, you know, if you're representing CASB or CDE, like, could we say so I was trying to think of a word in there as well, communicate with league presidents, DADs, and then what, or pertinent representatives, or I don't know.
Appropriate constituencies, but I think you have some good direction here.
Or appropriate leaders.
Yeah.
Within their district, or is it like association, or what?
Well, I mean, really what we're talking with the league pres DADs, appropriate leaders of the organizations the board member represents.
The concern was mostly
Oh, thanks, Alex.
to be sure that people who represented districts spoke with their leadership. You know, I don't remember a lot of, I mean, it seems to me like maybe there wasn't any conversation about, well, CADA representatives or CDE representatives. The concern was that you were talking to leagues. And it might be that it could just be each board of directors member who represents a director district or something like that.
You know, in my case, it's been more effective to email directly with every school in my district. I get very little feedback back from the actual league presidents. So maybe I think we should probably, as Alex was saying there, talk about of those who we represent, which is everybody within either our district or CASB or CASE or whatever it is.
I guess I'll go back. I see where Luke is coming from. Does the board feel that this bylaw should be moved forward? Should I continue to work on it, or?
Can this communication be added as like a Q&A to the existing responsibilities of a board member bylaw?
I think it could. I also think it could be just part of a new board members or all board members.
Like handbook.
Like, yeah, orientation. Should we do in August?
Is a bylaw absolutely necessary for that?
But I think
That's the question.
I think for some, like there has been this drive with the handbook committee to try to get something in writing. So I guess I'm torn.
Yeah, I agree with having something in writing, because then it can live on, right?
Well, then, does it necessarily, I mean, a bylaw seems like a large step. Like if there is a widely communicated, a really specific communications system, and maybe that is what is, I would caution myself to use the word requirement, but maybe that is what is presented to board members initially in that the first meeting, where this is, you know, something very concrete. It is in writing. It's something shareable, and then that way, you know, that people are receiving information the same way and the same information, and it's not being, you know, misconstrued because the messenger is different. And so then, you know, every league, and people are able to then forward that to whomever it is that's necessary for it to be forwarded to. And they can give feedback to them that then can be brought to the next meeting. It just seems like it's less about needing to create a bylaw and more about a systems change. Is there a particular protocol that can be put in place so that you know that it looks the same for everybody?
I don't necessarily disagree. The only thing that we talked about on the handbook committee was it's kind of a check, and it's a way to hold board members accountable to making sure that they communicate. And so I think there was a kind of that voice on the handbook committee, like we need to make sure that there is some accountability for board members and how they're communicating. And by putting it as a bylaw, it holds them to that standard. So I'm not saying it has to be in there, but it does provide, I think, a higher degree of just a higher standard, and it's there for everybody to see.
So what do you guys, can I get a consensus? Should I take out the above part and rework this last part? Should we take it all out? I'm hearing both things.
I don't have a problem with it. I like it. I just put in the chat, I think we need to say regularly scheduled board meetings, because thinking about it several times this year where we've had 2 to 3 hours notice on a board meeting, there's no way you're going to be able to get in touch with all your leagues if you only have a couple hours notice.
Yes.
And I don't want to, I think we want to be careful about creating something that we can't live up to, or that's going to create a nightmare or a ton of work for board members. So it needs to work also, and it needs to be something that we all agree that is doable, I think.
So are we moving this bylaw forward? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Seeing some ups. Who's the
Bethany,
down?
ask the other way just because I'm trying to help you count. And
Okay, thanks, Jen. Okay, who does not want to move it forward?
Hey, Bethany, I would just say make sure that there's clarity between those of us that are appointed. Because if you're going to put those kinds of expectations on people coming from CDE or CASB, that I think just some clarity to make sure that there's who all this applies to, especially the stuff up above, not necessarily the communication stuff, but just the criteria.
Are you looking at it now, Wendy? Do you think that?
Well, no, because all I can see is what you have up. So I'm just thinking like the 3 years of experience in CHSAA and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. I think just make sure that that's clear, whether that applies to those of us that are appointed also.
Okay, great. I do not think that we're moving that language forward. I just we're talking about this section right here.
Perfect. Then I think we're good.
Yeah, I think the nomination part of this goes away, and it really just becomes about the communication piece.
Okay.
I think just 810.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you so much. The next one then are the next three are proposals on the board of director membership. And to cut to the chase, they supported this proposal number 2 right here, ADM 4. And this was Mike Hawks. Mike, do you want to kind of talk about this?
Yeah, really the discussion in the meeting was around the committee seemed to find a lot of value in trying to balance the different districts, as well as they were very receptive to adding a district based on the fact that CHSAA membership has grown over the years, yet board makeup had not really changed over the years. So as we looked through all of the proposals, the one that seemed to resonate with everyone the most was this proposal.
So with that being said, if you scroll up, I guess I just need to hear officially from the board. Do you want to move another one forward, or what is the board's thoughts on these three? Again, the first one tried to group essentially like classification schools together. And there was a lot of talk at the committee about, does it matter if they're like classifications? Does it matter if, you know, geography wise, or really is the main issue, should there be, you know, an opportunity for someone to serve on the board of directors before their career is over? Because as you know, some of these districts are pretty large. So is there any interest in moving the first one or even this one forward, which I know I'll say it's Ryan's proposal, but I think Ryan and Adam worked on it, and it was more of just getting representatives for classifications? Or should the discussion just be on the one that Mike brought forward, which is this ADM 4?
And for more background on this, good explanation, Bethany. The committee seemed to place a lot of value on regionality or geographic ideas or formation of the districts, and not so much value placed on classification size.
Okay, so Any other discussion? Does the board want to move this proposal forward? Ryan, can you scroll down to ADM4, please? Yep. So adding District 10. Is the board of directors interested in moving this proposal forward?
Can you scroll up a little bit so we can see District 10?
Oh, sure. And I
There we
can,
go.
Here's the link if you guys want to pull it up yourselves.
The only concern I have with any of these, if we push them forward, and it doesn't matter if we push any of them forward, is how do we transition from the current board to the next board? And that's the only concern that I would have here, is that I don't want to have anybody on this board right now have their voice cut off simply because we're transitioning. We need to find a smooth way to transition. I don't know what that is, but it's something that's worthy of discussion.
It's a good point. And one of the things that we came away from the committee meeting with, and I have as an action item, is to try to make sure that by adding leagues to different districts, that we don't mess up the rotation, or that the rotation is completely understood with how the new league kind of enters into that rotation, if you will. So I haven't spent the time on it yet, but that's on my list of things to spend time on.
Because you have all the time in the world, Michael.
I mean, basketball's pushed back till February, so I've got so much time.
Yeah, we're talking just about some different things, so I anticipate maybe.
So I'm wondering if the transition plan needs to be a bylaw, or how we can communicate that, because I feel that if we do present any of these forwards, that it's going to be minutia with that question.
I mean, I don't think there's no way anybody probably votes for it without a clear transition plan. I think it's going to be just talking to my leagues and my school districts, they feel like they need smaller districts because communication is so important. So I think it's going to be a hard sell to the districts that you're adding leagues to anyway, because it will lengthen the rotation before they get on their board. And I don't think most of the time people vote to give up representation, they vote to get more representation. But I think without any type of transition plan, I don't think anybody will consider them.
Okay, thank you, Nate. I agree. So I guess, could we just get consensus? Does the board want to move forward multiple realignment proposals, or just ADM 4, this one? So the first one, give me a thumbs up if you want to move forward multiple proposals.
And I just, Bethany, I don't know if I'm still on, but that's causing confusion in the membership. Board of Director proposals are what we submit. We don't put like 5 out there and say to the Legislative Council, pick which one you want. So I think it's important for the board to have a direction that they would like to go and then present it to the Legislative Council. So just putting that out there. I didn't see any thumbs up on multiple. So who would not like to move ADM 4 forward? So Jen can look. Who would not like to move this one forward, which is District 10?
This, looking at some of the schools that we are more geographically associated with, and not having done my work ahead of time to know exactly how many schools are represented in districts 8, 9, and 10. But just looking at this, the Black Forest League is Colorado Springs and East. We are definitely more geographically related to District 10 first, and then District 9 second, and District 8 last. So I don't know if West Central moving into District 8 and Black Forest moving into either 9 or 10 makes sense. Again, I apologize. I haven't done my work on this to see if we're balancing out numbers of schools in each of these districts as well. But I like the proposal. Maybe a little bit more work. I think with this one and the previous one we talked about board of director responsibilities, I think we have time to maybe massage this a little bit more. You know, and I would feel a little more comfortable looking at least those bottom 3 districts a little bit more, and will promise to do my homework.
Don, can you help me out?
I think those are good points, Don. And when it was really Caleb and I that had put this together originally, we did not look at number of schools as a criteria. We were looking a little bit more at geography, and like you said, there's probably some massaging that we can do to change some of those around. And I think that's totally doable. And then Nate, to your point, I mean, it adds more board positions, but does it make sense that every district is 3 schools? I don't know. Because I think you're right, Nate, that
Well, I think it's not just
people are not.
Is it not just numbers of schools, pardon me, but the part of it too is, you know, people feel like some schools are more complicated to represent, right? If you're representing a school district that multiple schools have over 20 sports, it's probably a different reach in the amount of knowledge you need, and the amount of effort that goes into that is much different than representing a school, you know, schools that have 6 sports. So they just feel like there's more into it. And I mean, my leagues feel like they'd like to see a couple leagues per district, just because it is so complicated. At least the 5A leagues felt like it is so complicated. So that was just kind of the feedback I got from my leagues. You know, they're not as interested in balancing schools too, but you know, I mean, but I understand that point as well.
Well, I if I could, the legislative council is where your student numbers are factored into that representation, along with the number of schools in your league. So if you have, if you look at how those legislative council positions are awarded, it is largely on numbers of students in your league and or schools in your league and or both. So that the student representation is already there on the larger piece.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand that. I do think that some of the bigger 5A leagues, you know, that have multiple sports and multiple levels and all that sports do, you know, I think would probably feel that they want to have, you know, that they don't want to lessen their representation on the board. And I think with communication being an issue, I think, you know, that is something we have to talk about is, you know, and I think just like we brought up with how many schools each league, right, to make it where the board members can successfully represent those schools. But you know, the board's always been set up this way. And I just think it's going to be hard when you have leagues where now you're adding two more leagues into their district. I'm not sure that those leagues are going to represent, you know, like that, because they're getting less representation, right, for you know, for their students, or at least that might be the feeling that they have. And then it's harder to communicate with all those, you know, with more leagues.
I don't think anybody's getting any more than one league added to their this one balances out numbers of leagues in those districts. Yeah.
Can I just interrupt for a second? There's a lot of conversation around this. We don't have to put something forward. I do see a couple districts where I heard consternation around being represented, and they're still in the same leagues that they are going to be in, whether this goes forward or not. So I would like to ask, if we're not ready to move this forward, there's no pressure to move this forward. Let's put it on the agenda for the August meeting with the retreat, with the board, as Don said. Allow us to have conversation around this and then present something that we've all had the opportunity. I feel like we started talking about this 2 meetings ago, or maybe even 2 meetings ago. And there was even some concerns about why we were doing it. And so it just feels rushed right now. I don't know. So I just wanted to put out and make everybody understand this isn't something that has to go forward. This is our choice or your choice as a board of directors. And I just feel like it's being rushed.
Well, and that was my intent, was that this was supposed to come to the retreat that we were going to have this year.
Yes.
But we didn't have the retreat. So, I mean, I'm happy to do whatever the board wants to do. I won't be around next year to talk to it. So it's all up to you guys.
I got a hug. Can you see my hug?
That's your president, Mr. Hawks.
I don't want our board to change.
Do you remember how Alex said it's not a very enviable position?
Well, if we feel rushed, what is our deadline? We don't have to have this complete right now before the legislative council meeting. What's our deadline?
It's March.
So we still have time to work on it. I don't think we should put it off until next August.
Well,
Yeah,
what we
because
can do, if you guys want to move this one forward, maybe Mike and Dawn and the rest of you guys can kind of help if we need to brainstorm, and then we can talk about it again at the next meeting. And if we're still not ready, then we can certainly, table it, but we can have more discussion, especially if we just focus on this one. If we can at least narrow down from one, from a 3 that we're just moving forward this one, I think it can be more productive. So
I'll do that. I'll pull together a little subcommittee and we can work on it and bring it to our next meeting.
Yeah, I guess January 25th.
Can we do something like a work session? I mean, I know school boards do that, right? Where they do work sessions. So, I mean, if this is something that we feel like, hey, we need to at least consider. I heard Steve say at least that he doesn't want to wait till August. I don't know where anybody else fits in that, and I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure where I fit in it either. But I mean, if it's something that we're willing to consider, I don't even think we need to make a determination as to which one we're going to support here. I mean, that's something I think that's all open for negotiation right now. Even the fact of how many leagues and how many schools, I'll be honest, I'm not sure that the number of schools represented really is a factor here, because you've got some leagues that are leagues of 32 and you've got some leagues that are leagues of 4. And the key here is that you have an equal number or about an equal number of leagues in each district. So although some schools may not be able to get in to be a member of the board of directors on a very lengthy period of time. I mean, heck, let's look at the Western Slope League alone. Luke, I think 32 teams, is that right? 32 schools that you represent?
So Mike Hawks want to put together a work session like Ernie said, so that we're not discussing this right now. So Mike Hawks, can we delegate you being in the forefront of putting together a work session, reaching out to the board members? Because this isn't one that I think that I would need to be involved in.
Yep.
And so
I will.
Troy, are you okay with Mike setting up a work session of some sort? And
Yep, I like it.
at the board meeting on 125, if we want to go forward even with a proposal, that we can talk about it at the roundtable and just.
And
Okay.
Rhonda, first of all, Caleb, I knew you were trying to speak. Did you want to still say something?
I just don't want to keep talking.
I'm good. I think the work session is probably the right direction. I'm good.
Okay, cool.
If you're interested in being on that work session, please send me an email.
And Rhonda, do we have a board of directors meeting in January before the roundtable?
Yes, the day before. Oh, sorry. I'm getting my calendar. Hold on.
No, we have January 9th, right?
We have a board of directors meeting on January 14th. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I have on my calendar too. Okay, perfect. So that's your timeline, Mike, please. That way, maybe we could present, if you're ready, one of them to the roundtable on the 25th. Okay, so moving on. Thank you, guys. Officials pay during scrimmages. There was actually a back and forth on the discussion. Ultimately, I think they would support this moving forward, but they want to see Tom and a payment table or some sort of schedule for what the officials would be able to get paid. They didn't like it this arbitrary. Is this something that the first of all, does anyone else want to speak on this? I know Justin.
Yeah, I think the key thing to remember with this bylaw is all this is doing is just taking out the no officials may be paid. So I don't think a table would need to go into here. We would create that table, but all this bylaw is doing is just taking out the wording that says no officials may be paid. And then we would then work on a table.
Yeah, and that's what I understand. And so I'm talking with the officials fees committee about this, and really depends on if it goes forward. I assume it will. Then we'll either come up with saying that it will fit the current fee schedule, and that's what officials will be paid, or we create something that, I don't know, maybe fits the concept and it's maybe less. I don't know, but we're in discussions to talk about that.
Okay, thank you guys so much. So would the board, who on the board does not want this to move forward? Okay, so I'm assuming, so no, I didn't see anyone. So Jen, it looks like that's moving forward. Thank you guys. The next one has to do about the foundation games. Justin, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, and this is just quick. We had created something that just with the loss of ability for you guys to charge a gate with fans, wanted to create an additional revenue opportunity for schools that they could put, if they wanted to opt into it, they could. All we did here was scratch out, you'll see the top, any school may schedule a single foundation benefit contest to any school may schedule 2 foundation benefit contests. So all this is if a school wanted to have a benefit contest, it's not something that you would have to do, but if a school wanted to opt in to having a foundation game with a rival that they might not be playing during the regular season, that they would be able to have a second opportunity to charge a gate and generate some revenue. Just a really, really simple one here.
Are there any questions? Does anyone who does not want to see the foundation one go forward?
And Bethany, I guess, well, I don't understand. I get that it's much like the Sunday contact waiver we're talking about, right? It wouldn't apply to anybody, just to those that felt like they needed it.
Correct.
For me, by the time we get to the point where we're going to be thinking foundation games again, we're going to be back to normal with gate. So using gate as a revenue generator for this as a impetus for doing this, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't seem like it's necessary. To me, we're just, we already have enough troubles the way it is trying to get our games in, the number of games in the seasons that we have. And I'm talking in normal time. I'm talking trying to get 23 games in during a baseball season is extremely tough. Trying to get 23 basketball games in can be difficult as well. And so the prospect of adding more games, I don't think it's necessary. So that's just where I stand individually. And I don't know what the handbook committee felt about it.
What would be the argument against allowing the school to add an exhibition game that wanted to do it, and ones that don't want to add it don't have to add it?
So my thing is why add it? What's the argument that says that we should be doing this? I mean, it doesn't matter about the argument against it. I mean, again, we're asking for haves and have-nots again, and in some way or form. What is the purpose behind it? How does it benefit the association? In my mind, all we're doing is adding 2 games to the schedule. That might be difficult already.
Just be 1.
I'm talking. You're right, but if I'm going to do 2, I had to do the first one as well.
Sure.
So
yeah, no, fair. Yeah.
So, hey, second. Yeah, my question is like, where did it come from? Like, did you have schools who were like, hey, these foundation games are amazing, I wish we had more of them? Like, what's the impetus for changing this, I guess?
Yeah, there was some push, that schools are playing. You have a rivalry game where you're not playing somebody during the regular season, where you get the opportunity to create a little bit of extra gate revenue, maybe a regional rivalry, different classification. You're not playing in the same a regular season game, like a 4A and a 2A school as an example, but now you can do a home and away with them as a foundation game. That was, that would.
And I think the revenue generation, kind of to counter what you said, Ernie, is important even when we go back to normal, because a lot of us are going to be sitting in a financial deficit for a period of time, even after COVID ends. So, I mean, for some schools to be able to generate some extra revenue for their athletic departments, I think it's a good thing and not something that you have to do.
I guess and nobody has to add foundation games too, I guess, is the other side of that coin. So
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I just, I don't think I have a problem with it. I'm just wondering, how far is there a slippery slope if this even slides down? Like, are we going to ask for 3 next year? Does that matter? Maybe it doesn't actually matter either. I don't know. I mean, to Ernie's point, like, we don't want to overrun kids. There's a reason why we have contest limits anyway. I mean, if I remember correctly, these replace scrimmages. So I guess if we're just limiting it to the amount of scrimmages you have, then I guess it's in addition to scrimmages.
Yes, it's an addition.
Yeah. So I guess that's the question, is like, how far down the slippery slope does it slide before we say 7 foundation games is too many? I don't know. Maybe we just need to have an unofficial cutoff somewhere.
And I'm going to speak a little bit to the revenue generation stuff. I'm a school that started off $13,000 in the hole this year because I was not allowed to generate any gate last year because we were JV only. And my district doesn't allow us to charge gate when it's a standalone JV game. Well, that's what all my games were. So, I was able to charge revenue or charge gate for 3 duels, and that was it, wrestling duels. So I understand the hardships provided by lack of revenue. My question would be, do we have statistics to show how many games were actually played, foundation games were played in the years that we've allowed them to happen? I think it's been 2 or 3 years since we've started this. I don't know. I just don't feel right because of, like Caleb said, I think it's a slippery slope because we've already got coaches that are pushing us to add games all the time the way it is already. We've already increased our sport allowable contests in 3 or 4 sports from 19 to 23. And we get that pressure all the time. To me, this is just another way for us to increase games. So, and I don't think it's necessarily the right way to go about doing it. So that's just my personal opinion.
So I guess I would just call for the thumbs up, thumbs down. Let's see a thumbs up. And I don't have, if your screen's not on, maybe you can just do like the emoji thumbs up just to move it forward. I know we don't have to be in consensus, but do you want the Legislative Council to have a vote on this or not? Okay, I see a couple ups.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of ups.
1, 2, 3. Okay, so down. 1, 2. There's some people that aren't voting. I don't know, Rhonda. And board, it doesn't seem like there's.
Half the people's screens are off.
I think I really, my thought was I wanted the showcase. So either way.
Yeah. And
I agree with Justin. But I'm good. This is why we do this, is because their name is on this proposal. And if it sounds like, Bethany, I think it would be, if you can't see all the ups and downs, is there anybody, I don't know how to measure to see if we have a majority or not. So I'm good with it being gone. I want the board, their name is on this to move it forward. And I just want to make sure we're not missing anyone either way.
Ryan,
can we just do a roll call vote?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel comfortable with that.
Do a roll call, Bethany, or have everybody do it in the
Ernie,
chat.
you're funny. Ernie just put his thumb is down.
Hey, quick question. So, sorry, to go back to the handbook committee, I know it came before them. I can't remember, were they overwhelmingly in support of this? Was it half and half?
I think it was, I don't think anybody was against it.
Okay, and so, I mean, that's where I'm gonna land. Like, if we have a committee for a reason, so like if they're generally in favor, then I'm ready to vote.
But you know what we tell them, Caleb, that you guys are the final decision makers and they just bring the idea to you. But Justin's correct that one additional foundation game was not turned down by them, but they didn't want us to try to put showcases or anything else into those 2 days. They wanted it to be strictly school driven, with our schools creating those opportunities around funding and all of those things. So they were unanimous on it, but it's really truly the board's decision because your name is on it.
So do you want me to just do a roll call then?
That's probably the best way, Bethany.
Okay, so I'll just go from the top of my screen to down. So Luke.
Yes.
Troy.
Yes.
Caleb.
Yes.
Ernie, no. Steve.
No.
Wendy. Portoff.
Yes.
Portoff. Yes.
Yes.
Mike Hawks.
Yes.
Dawn.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Nate.
Yes.
Wendy Dunaway.
Yes.
Ryan West.
Yes.
Brett.
No.
Gabe.
Yes.
And Trita.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move it forward. Awesome. Thank you guys. The next one is going to be the restricted, Ryan, if you can move it down to ADM 8, the restricted varsity eligibility. After conversation with the board last time about, well, it was a football transfer. The board basically asked us to clarify 1800.47. Ernie, do you want to talk to this? Because I know you helped Rhonda and I write it.
Sure. It does provide clarity. 1800, and again, I'm understand I'm going off the top of my head here. I know the bylaws fairly well, but can't always quote everything. I think it's 1800.4 is around athletic eligibility and says that any student who has participated in a sport in the last 365 at another school and subsequently transfers for athletically motivated reasons will be sub-varsity eligible or restricted eligibility, I think is what it says, to sub-varsity for 365 days from the day of transfer. 1800, that might be 1800 period. And then I think 1800.4. 1800.43 says, I think this was the one that we just kind of passed in August, that if you transfer from school A to school B and participate in any sports at school B and subsequently move back to school A, you're ineligible for any sports that you participated in the previous 365 days from the date of transfer. So you have those two that said that they won't give varsity eligibility, but then 1800.47 is, as you remember the way that Rhonda described it, if you don't have a sub-varsity, or you are a senior competing in your last year of eligibility, the appeals committee or the commissioner may approve restricted varsity eligibility, meaning that you would have eligibility for varsity during the regular season, but not during the postseason. So those three kind of contradicted each other. So this note would just provide clarity saying that 1800.4 and 1800.43 will basically override 0.47.
Yes.
Right. So the note just says any transfer deemed to be motivated by athletic reasons will not be eligible for the restricted varsity eligibility.
Right. And the only clarification I have on this is this would be a ruling from the commissioner, but they can always appeal my decision. And so what we're putting in support of what both Ernie and Bethany are saying is that a receiving AD would not have the ability to even submit a waiver. So anybody that would appeal the decision would not be appealing restricted varsity, but a JV and below ruling with the sending school proving that it was athletically motivated. So this just shuts the door. If you have an athletic motivated transfer, you cannot submit 1800.47 to the commissioner. And I think this is very clear seems to be in line with the conversation across the state over one transfer. So it just closes a door and we're all good with it.
Awesome. So does anyone have questions, or is anyone opposed of moving this forward? Okay.
Good.
All in favor. Awesome. Okay. Thank you guys. We'll clean it up, and then Mike, I'll get you the updated link, and maybe you can just make your edits within the Google Doc. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bethany. All right, CHSAA reports by staff. I'll just, I guess we can go down. We'll start with Bert.
Well, not a lot going on, except that I will try to have the basketball information out either later this afternoon or first thing in the morning. And then we will be planning a basketball Zoom early next week.
Thanks, Bert.
Right, thank you, Bert. How about Adam?
First off, just thank you guys for your willingness to step out there with football. I know we all held a shield out in front of us and took lots of arrows. I appreciate you guys and the willingness to do that. I think our vision of what a single site event could look like really came off well. It really helped us with having 150 fans in there. Well, I know that doesn't sound like a lot. That actually offset the bulk of the costs that our folks in Pueblo were going to experience. So I'm fairly confident saying we will end up in the black on this event. So we will actually have money coming in off of football championships. So whether that's $1 or $2, I don't know yet, but we will be in the black on this event. So thank you for your leadership and vision on that as we move forward. Met with my group of wrestling guys yesterday, met with my committee this morning before this call started. So we will have some wrestling information that comes out today to the state, just to get an idea of the 30,000 foot view of what this is going to look like to begin building schedules. And then we'll get more logistical details as we get closer to actually events starting in February. Yeah, that's kind of what I've got. Just thanks for your support.
Hey, again, great job and thank you. All right, Bethany.
Great. Yes, so we are getting ready for our speech events, both virtual. Again, the first one comes up at the end of January. Also, we will be having our first ever virtual solo and ensemble festival for music in the middle of January, and the registration deadline is coming up on December 18th. And so we're excited to offer that opportunity to all the schools across the state, elementary, junior high, and high school. And then I just sent out a volleyball information update after our volleyball committee yesterday. The volleyball committee was awesome and we had some really good discussions. So we're moving forward. Everything's good. Thanks.
Thanks, Bethany, and great job at the volleyball committee meeting yesterday.
Yes.
Hey, Jen, you're up.
Really just being able to support Adam this past weekend and work with the Spirit teams. We had pretty much a team at every halftime, if not all four, between cheer and dance. And so it was exciting to see them be able to be out there. When the mask mandate that I put in place for Spirit kind of came out, there was some concern if they could cheer or not, but they all proved this past weekend they can do it, and they did it safely. Obviously we're all getting beat up in some way, shape, or form. We have some coaches out there that are pretty cranky that we're not starting a competition season, and it's been on the back burner and those types of things. But again, thank you to this board and for Rhonda's advocacy to get Spirit split, to be able to have a sideline season and be able to have a competition season so that those athletes could participate. Just working on some corporate stuff, really searching for some grants, waiting for some timelines to hit with the new year so we can try to get some funds that we would qualify and meet the criteria for. And then again, just kind of at our forefront is doing our mental health Mondays and our, kind of our health alerts, and our focus really staying on the mental health side of things and how we can support all parties of our communities, not just athletes, but coaches and athletic directors too. CADA's been good. I think they're definitely doing some, continue to do more reach out. I've talked to Leroy usually about weekly, and just kind of talking about where we are as a state with our athletic directors, what Canada's looking to do. Leroy calls me, if not during the meeting or after the meeting, to give an update. And so I will provide an update with to CHSAA and the board after this week. Like Ernie said, they meet Friday. And we just look forward to seeing some sort of normalcy as we continue to navigate these times. So thank you all.
Great news. Thanks, Jen. Mr. Robinson.
Just a few things. First, around golf. I know with the pushback, as you see our dates for the starter play and also for regionals and state, talks about aligning golf with the number of weeks that the boys had in the fall, and that's a good thing. But it's really trying to make sure that collaboration with junior golf is in place, and our that current schedule is really created based on making sure we don't have any conflicts with them. So that's good, and we'll go right to June 20, 21, and 22. In terms of officials, there is no officiating group that would like to participate wearing a mask. Just put that out there. But the reality is that for indoor sports, that's going to happen. So I was part of the master clinic, and I sent in a video, and I encouraged them to practice wearing a mask, practice wearing it every day in your house. Don't take it off. Try to figure it out because it's actually real. And if we kind of wait to see if CDPHE, excuse me, is going to actually let us do that, to wait until that happens is a mistake. So anyway, I'll get some feedback from that video and how that plays out, but just encourage them to move forward. The numbers are down in general for officials. It's been down. We've lost officials prior to this. The pandemic obviously didn't help, and then wearing masks is another issue. So then that leads to games and assigning games, pushing it back a week. It's not an easy chore just to move games that have already been assigned. So it's created some extra work. We're trying to figure that out. And it's going to really depend on how many games our sport commissioners decide that we actually can play with one less week in season B, in all the seasons really as we move forward, but in season B in particular in basketball. And then just trying to figure out how officiating looks in general. I don't have a clue how to do a Zoom, a virtual Zoom, and officiate a contest in gymnastics, maybe in swimming. That's all going to be brand new. So I'm just throwing things out that you probably have not even thought about, right? In terms of the officiating piece, right? We were just thinking about, how are we going to play? I'm optimistic though that we are going to play. So I'm telling all of our officials that, and so we'll try to match whatever there is out there and make it happen. So that's it.
Well, I'm sure again, a lot of it, some of the deficiencies in officials, I mean, it's age and maybe having to wear a mask. I was really surprised yesterday in the volleyball committee report or meeting that statewide we were down 17% and 42%, down 42% along the front range from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. That's a really large number, and we've got to get out and try to, I guess, recruit mask-wearing officials in our local communities. So,
well, the thing is that what we're going to try to cover is varsity games for sure. So sub-varsity games, we may come after and say, just tell you how those are going to be done. It might be is officiating their own games in order to get sub-varsity in. So just a little flexibility there. I think the varsity games will be able to cover, but just the whole gamut of things is going to be an issue.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thanks, Tom. Justin?
All right, thanks, Roy. I would hope, Tom, I would hope if they're officiating a swim meet with Zoom that they've got a waterproof computer. That might be a tough one. But everyone, you guys all should have gotten the updates for ice hockey, boys and girls swimming, boys and girls soccer, field hockey, and boys lacrosse from me on Monday. So those updates were sent out on Monday. Had the ice hockey Zoom with athletic directors and coaches on Monday as well. And I'll look to get the other sports that I oversee, those Zooms scheduled as well in the near future. So those are really the only updates, Troy, that I have right now. And I just ask that any of you that have any questions on those sports that I just mentioned, to have anyone reach out to me directly. I'd be happy to answer any questions that they might have.
Okay, thanks, Justin. We can't leave Sarah out. Sarah, you have anything you want to share?
Well, CHSAA is still showing a positive net income through November, so that's good news and is going to change as we go into December and January. But we look forward to sharing updated projections in January with everyone. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Casey, young boy, you got anything to share?
We're working on the final stages of the new directory. My hope is to have that out within the next week or so. A major hurdle is we still have about 100 schools that haven't entered data. So I've recruited some of the administrative assistants to help me with that. We're going to get that done. And we got some IT stuff we're working on internally in the office. As well as as you guys know, we sent out that clock survey. So we're starting to gather some of that data.
And you haven't responded to the stay home Colorado tag.
I don't
What's
think
your thoughts?
I think we're going to be in the minority in social media on that one.
Never know. Never know.
Hey, Ryan, that new directory, will that be online only or online and printed?
You know what? Rhonda, if you want to field that question, I'm not sure what our plan is. It will have the ability to be printed. I don't know if we're going to print one at this point, though.
I think, yes, he answered perfectly. We are going to look at having it printable at the local level, just because our company wouldn't be able to produce it in a time period that would be beneficial for ADs, but we definitely need it.
I think that making it available for the individual schools to print is a great way to save money for the association in these dire times. And those that want to have the hard copy can get it done that way. But those that like to live in the digital world, or dinosaurs like me who need to move to the digital world, this will be a good way to get that done.
Absolutely. Troy, I don't know if you saw my text, just because of the CDPHE meeting that would happen mid-January. We have a date for January 14th.
Right.
I have the date for January 21st with a question mark. Would there be any board members that would be opposed to moving the board meeting in January to the 21st, so that I potentially would have some updates on season B at that time? The 14th would be cutting it close for the board to have that report.
That was my thought too, is that it may not be the 14th, but yeah. So we go the 21st, and then we meet again for the 25th, and then a roundtable on the 26th.
Yeah, if we did the 21st, we would have the opportunity to finalize any board of director proposals going forward, create the packet, get it out to the membership, and then be prepared for the 26th meeting.
Okay, so it'd be a fairly short meeting. Is 9 a.m. work? Would 9 a.m. work for everybody on the 21st?
So personal request, I don't know if people have days that work and don't work. Personally, Tuesday and Thursdays are my days in class, so those become my difficult days. But yeah, I'm one of many on the call, so I don't know if a different day would work for anybody else.
We could move it to the 20th, Don. That's a Wednesday, a day before.
That's actually my equity committee meeting, Rhonda.
Oh, okay. I had you down for the 13th. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
So you moved yours to the 20th, Bethany?
I don't, you've got me concerned when you say that. So
on my calendar, I have equity committee on the 13th, and all it says is inauguration day on the 20th, which I thought we could definitely have a board meeting that day.
no, we are for sure. Yes, it's for sure January 20th.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Don, does it work on the 21st? I anticipate being probably a fairly short meeting. Would that be correct, Rhonda?
It would be short, but just listening to Don, I think he said Tuesdays and Thursdays he's in class.
Right.
So Don, what would be the preferable time if we needed to go on the 21st? Ooh, we say that it's a short meeting, but we are going to update the board on the platform. We are going to talk about Bert's retirement. We're going to talk about the budget and the projections for 2021 on that board meeting date in January. So I don't know that it would be like a quick meeting.
Okay.
And then obviously updating the board on the CDPHE and what direction we're going with season B. So, I mean, just Don maybe looking at a date that works for him.
Well, and I mean, I can try to work around it. It's just, I'm in class 9:30s to 1:30, generally Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I've been able to get out of them in the past and stuff. So I know we have a new
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock on the 21st.
I don't know if that gets pretty late into everybody's afternoon.
I know.
Sports and stuff like that.
Don, if we pushed it back a little bit, or because the 21st looks like just what I'm seeing in text messages, that would be the ideal, but we do want to work, not put you in that position, but it will be a full meeting. And Caleb,
even if
basketball game.
Even if we pushed it back to 11:30 or noon would probably help me.
Okay, and then that way everyone can eat. So you guys want to go 11:30 on January 21st? Does that work?
Any thumbs down?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right. One of the added agenda items, 9.1, board discussion, purpose of the board. Ernie, I'll let you lead it off, sir.
Well, it comes back down to, when my very first meeting when we met in August in Golden, I asked what the purpose of the board was and never really got a great answer. I mean, I told you what I thought my purpose was. And so, having conversations with individual board members just throughout the months, I just want to make sure I know what it is that we collectively think our purpose is, what we're here to do, because the bylaws aren't very clear about what we're here to do. Other than it says that we're here as I think it said the executive branch of the association, and then it spells out again, like we talked about earlier, that we don't have legislative authority except in very specific instances. So, I guess part of this might be, some of it might be, Rhonda, how you see yourself as well, because, in the 2 years that I worked at CHSAA and the years since, you and I haven't had that conversation about, is there an equivalent position throughout the education that you feel like you relate to as the commissioner compared to other entities in education, and not that you should or you shouldn't, one way or the other. I'm just trying to figure out so I can recalibrate myself to make sure that I'm meeting the purpose of what this board is, and I can continue to move forward the way that I am with my interpretation. But if my interpretation does not meet what everybody else's is, then what I'm doing is counterproductive to what the purpose of the board is. And then so I guess that's where I'm at. I just want to know You know, because again, I've not been able to find anything in writing that says, hey, this is what you do and this is how you go about doing your job.
Ernie, why don't you reshare what you shared at a board meeting, what you felt your goals, mission were?
I felt like there were three items very specific to what I thought we should be doing as board members. One, we were elected by the leagues, nominated by our league, and then elected by the leagues within our districts. For those of us in the 9 districts that are not appointed, and so I felt like I was here to be a voice for my district and to represent their wishes. 2, I think we're here to provide guidance and I guess oversight and accountability for the commissioner and the commissioner's staff. And 3, when asked, much like we have today, to put forth a vote and make determinations that we felt like those determinations and those actions are in the best interest of the student athletes and the schools of our membership. Those are the 3 things that I felt like I was supposed to do. And again, that's my personal thought on what our duties are as a board member. Not sure if those jive with what everybody else is thinking.
Troy, can I address this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I see our role a little bit different. I see us as, we have one employee. Our one employee is Rhonda, and she has a bunch of employees. And I see our job as being one that helps her oversee the budget. She produces the budget. We approve the budget that she produces. And if we have questions in that advisory role that you were talking about, Ernie, we're also here to set policies and procedures that Rhonda puts before us with the assistant commissioners to set policy in the way that CHSAA governs and operates under. And I see us as being one of support towards our commissioner who's running an organization and help give her advice, but doing it not just for specific leagues or a specific school, but as you said, Ernie, as one that supports the entire state and every student across the state. So that's kind of how I see myself as a role. I don't need to mingle in her business as the administrator of running the organization, because that's why we have her as our employee. Now, if we don't like what she's doing, then we need to have a conversation with her. But I can tell you what, and I've made this publicly, and I'll just say it again, I think she's doing an outstanding job in these tough times with COVID-19. And the staff is doing a wonderful job as well. So that's just my personal thought.
And so I think, I mean, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. I've asked Ryan to see if he can locate a copy of our code of ethics as members of the board. That certainly does provide a lot of things we're talking about, but maybe not specific to what you're thinking, Ernie. So is this something that we want to be more specific?
Well, let me ask this, Troy. I mean, how many of us felt when we first stepped onto the board that we knew exactly what we were doing? And if we didn't, how many of us felt like we've gotten that guidance?
Now,
Yeah,
Ernie, say that again. What was that again?
Just wondering, when we first stepped onto the board, how many of us felt like we knew exactly what it was that we were supposed to be doing? And if we didn't, that we felt like we got exactly what that guidance was. I mean, we've all went through a brief orientation, right? I remember doing that in August. And so I understand from that aspect that we had a brief orientation, but it didn't spell out duties, right? It just kind of, it was an orientation.
My point to that is just this, and I'm going to be quiet. If you look at what Troy did when he came on board as our president, he mentored us all up with an individual to help work with those individuals across our directors and answer any specific questions they had. And he also made himself thoroughly available. So if we didn't have an understanding of what our role or responsibility was, shame on us, because we should have reached out to both Troy as well as Rhonda to fill in the gaps. So, I mean, I guess I look at it as we all have a role and responsibility to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And that's why we also have a president, and that's also why we have mentors within the board of directors.
You know, Mike and I have talked about this at length over the time that I've been on the board, because I think there's just, anytime we get onto the board, there's always I don't know, there's a lot of, it does feel like wandering the wilderness. And I think that's why we talked about the bylaw proposal that starts adding like the communication pieces, like what are the things expected. And so I think like there are still, like the mentor piece was a great add. And I think there's still things that we can do. And I think we're constantly learning what our function is. And I think like we keep trying to equate this to like a legislative body, like the Colorado state legislatures. And like, we're just not the same, because we're representing leagues. And so there's parallels, but nothing equates perfectly. But I think when we get down to like, what is the function of a board of directors for just in general, not just CHSAA, but any NPO or NGO, it's simple. It's hire, fire, evaluate your commissioner, director, or whatever your organization has. And so I think what can happen is that there are a lot of times where things will swing in the direction of the board starts taking on the administration work. And I think that's an overstep. And so that's where, you know, and I feel like there are times where we get close to that, where we're more than influencing the administration component of, which is why we have Rhonda in the job, which is to Jeff's point. The other side of where the pendulum swings, for those of you that are around for my escapades with Victory Prep the last couple of years, that's where the board is just completely absent from everything and doesn't hold anybody accountable. There's no transparency. There's no firm evaluation. There's just a fear of saying anything to the commissioner. And so I think that's always, no matter what we put in writing, there's always going to be a balance, because we're always going to be 17, 20, however many individuals that come in with our different experiences, are the people we represent. We're going to have different opinions. And I think like we have to speak up. And I think that's also to Jeff's point, like if we don't speak up, shame on us. If we don't know what to do, or if we have a question, I think sometimes there's a timidity or trepidation of asking questions, and we just can't be afraid to do that. And so I think I don't know, it doesn't actually have a very clear definition. I think the biggest piece is we just need to make sure, like, is Rhonda doing her job? Is she holding the staff accountable to their job? Are people being treated fairly? And are schools being appropriately heard and represented? And so, and the definition of all of those is pretty broad. And so I think that's where it gets tough to nail those things down. That's my perception.
So if I could answer, Ernie, you asked a really specific question, and that was whether or not people, when they stepped on the board initially and then through the years now, if people gathered an understanding of what their role and responsibility is. And so I do want to answer that and say for myself, because I can, in this space, can only speak for myself, and I would have to emphatically say yes. I think the level of growth that I think everybody should experience, including Rhonda, is something that I think is the measure that we look back at. As you also said, Ernie, and I also will echo what Caleb just said, it's a really important piece of our placement on the board to be the individuals that we are, because I think our purpose is to be able to bring a versatility set of mindsets and the opportunity for us all to be able to present who we are as individuals in conjunction with who we represent. And where that shows up, I think, is in our commitment and our belief in the vision and the mission of the CHSAA. And so our goal, hopefully, is to continue to move that forward. And if we see that we are moving in a different direction than that, then that's the collaborative work that we do every single day when we do, as Caleb just said, speak up and bring things up. And I think it's awesome that, sometimes there are conversations that feel like we are at odds, or feel like there are questions, because it is in our discomfort where we experience the most growth. And so I think right now, while some people are going nuts and freaking out and wanting to make changes and wanting to shift the purpose of the board and the vision of the board and the way the board works, it's in this space that I think we are experiencing the highest level of understanding of what our role is, and the highest level of reshaping our understanding of where people feel like our responsibilities lie. And I just don't think that then this says we retreat to just not doing things as we have done. I think we think on a higher level. I think we continue to collaborate, and I think we use this time to be reflective, if anything. And some of this stuff will act as change agents. They're supposed to. That's that thing called life that says our experiences shape and mold the people that we are. And I think that that's going to be the same for the board and for the CHSAA, that these experiences will continue to shape that. And I think from the first day that I stepped on, when, there was the very first conversation I ever had around being a member of the board, to this very conversation today, I continue to learn something new. And I don't think that that is an issue. If anything, I think that that is the true essence of what my purpose and what my being on this board actually is supposed to create. So my answer to that specific question is yes.
Ernie, I would.
I think. Oh. You want to
Hey,
go,
guys.
Gabe?
Mike, this Gabe. All right, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Tarita, you stated that really excellently. I think my conversations that I had with Caleb and really go back to day one of being on the board. And so I go back to my first interaction with the board, and just to bring up some other fun memories. That's when we all got to vote on arbiter. Remember that one? That was so much fun. I think I agree with you, Tarita. We grow as time goes on, and I think that we've all grown in this position. I didn't know what I was doing at that very first meeting, and voting for things and against things. And so my only thing that I would even suggest in this realm is maybe it happens during that initial orientation, or there's just a little bit of a handbook as to like, what do you do as a member of this board when you first come on, right? Because like you said, Tarita, we all grow, and I think we've grown amazingly. And I really appreciate all of the discussions that this board has, whether or not we agree on things. So that's all. With that, you get to go, Gabe.
Actually, I would agree with that. Ernie, I coming on the board, I knew exactly what the role was. I don't think the question was about me. I also think that to the larger body of ADs, principals, superintendents, I do think it would be helpful to have some sort of handbook so that we could tell them, this is our specific role of what we do. I have a grasp of what we're supposed to do. And I always think specifically, I'm pointing to me, communication is key because I do have to get out a little bit more to District 7, 8, and 9 because I'm on the opposite end. I realize that's a me thing. That's not a board thing. And so I think sometimes we let personalities get in the way of functionalities. And when we break this down, the function of the board, in my opinion, is we do have one employee, and that's to hire, fire the commissioner, and to provide support and to approve the budget.
Just hire.
Hire, right?
The F word. Why are we using the F word?
No, but in functionality, right? If something were to go wrong, but I don't think my job is to micromanage Rhonda in terms of her day-to-day operation. And I think sometimes personalities get in the way of that functionality, specifically at the ground level when an AD or a school or a district or a league don't like the outcome, it's very easy to point fingers and to say, well, see, CHSAA's not doing what they're supposed to and the board's not doing what they're supposed to. When we actually are doing what we're supposed to, it's just it didn't go in your favor that particular moment. And we've seen that with football and the parents. So I would hesitate to let's not let functionality get in the way of personalities. Could we create a little handbook that overviews some things? Yes. I don't think a bylaw should have to tell me I have to communicate personally. But if we have to put in there, if it makes everybody feel better, then okay. That should be, hey, here's some overarching things that we would like you to do, some protocols we'd like you to follow as a board member. Yeah, that could be improved. But I think very clearly when I met with Troy, I think Troy did a great job. He's always been there. He's answered questions for me. Rhonda's answered questions for me about being new and what that looks like. So that's my 2 cents. But I think they're doing a great job. Our team, the commissioners, our head commissioner, Rhonda's done a marvelous job getting us through this pandemic, which we've never experienced. And I don't think we could have asked for better leadership in these moments. So, as much as it's a rant, I just also wanted to be a kudos to our commissioners and our staff that you guys are doing amazing work.
Yeah, one of the thoughts I had too lately, and I've talked about this before, and with Ernie with CADA is so we have such turnover in the AD rank, such turnover in the coaching rank, and our only real place to find information is the handbook. Now I know Ernie loves reading the handbook, right? He's our expert. But when I get a new coach and you hand him a handbook, I can't even get him to read my 13-page Inglewood coach's handbook. And I do think that putting together, a 1-pager or 2-pager, because so many of the coaches talk to me, and we saw that with clock, where people don't even know where to go to appeal. They don't know if they go to the sport committee, to the clock committee to talk about placements. They don't know what the role and responsibilities of the sports committees are. They don't know what our job is. They don't know what the legislative council is. So I think, I talked to some of the new ADs. They don't know what the national, they're like, what is this NFHS? What is that, right? They don't know what the national federation is. So I do think putting together a little 1-pager we can put out that people might actually read without reading the entire handbook might be helpful when people come in to try to understand the organization and how it works. I also think that board-wise, if we want to put together something, I think it's a great idea to have a little handbook. I do think that should come from the board. I think we put the commissioner in a bad spot, right? When you ask, I wouldn't ask my coaches to come up with a handbook for how the person who evaluates them should do their job, right? So I think if, as a board, if we want to come up with a handbook, some materials that are helpful, that's not a bad idea. It's something we can share with the membership. But I think it's our job as a board to define what those roles really are. And as elected officials, everyone, we've seen that, right, with at the governor's level, at the local level, every elected official will do the job just a little differently and brings, their priorities, and you hope they're all going to represent the group that they, that they're elected to serve. So we are elected to serve, or at least some of us, and then other of us are appointed. So I think the appointed people have a little easier job in some sense because they have one group that they report to, where we all have multiple leads. But anyway, that's just my thoughts on the topic.
Jen just texted me. Do you want to chime in, Jen, on what you were saying about there is some type of 1-pager already in place that maybe the board could start with that template and then build from there?
Yeah, we have just a 1-page thing that we give to athletic directors that kind of just break down who we are, who the legislative council is, what does your league president mean, all those different things. And I think all what you're saying, Nate, like, the NFHS and all of that, we can just include that, and maybe it does turn itself into a book that we, can kind of add some more information to that. So I think there's definitely a starting ground to it. And I think, Bert has been great as the historian for us to continue to keep some of those documents updated, and he and I work together as we prepare for the new ADs every year. So I definitely think there's a foundation set. And again, it does come down to how do we continue to support when they don't want to read, right? We want to be able to make something that is a resource and accessible, and it is a book. You know, we have a hard enough time, just like Nate said, just with bulletins or those types of things. So how do we continue to work with CHSAA? And you know, we talk about in the new AD meeting, I love it. It's one of the greatest things we do. I really do think it's great and it's a fun event. We continue to say, gosh, we overwhelm them. We give them so much. So how do we, and our focus the past 2 years has been, okay, here's the first 30 days, here's the next 30 days. And so we've added more meetings. And I think working with CHSAA, having little outbreaks, you know, like outreach little meetings that we can do. And I think Zoom has only proven that we can do a lot more without having to try to pull a meeting together with everybody. So I think this is all great. And I think this would fit right into new ADs and even veteran ADs, right? And as they come in their year 3, 4, how can they continue to grow, and how can they process, you know, get onto committees or get onto this board and those types of things. I think we can absolutely do that. And now we can plug in some Zoom meetings that say, hey, let's just talk about RPI today. That's going to be our only focus. And anyone who's struggling in that section, you know, jumps on, and Ryan's on there, I'm on there, other, you know, commissioners are on there, and we just go through that. And I just think there's a lot of validity to what you're saying. And I think, again, it's working on the foundation we've started, but we got to continue to be able to break it down and give it to them, because reading is, for some reason, as we're all educators, it's hard just to get through a bulletin. So that's just my thought.
So should we look at, as we talked about a work session, Nate, your comments were very impactful. Would you want to lead a board of directors, just a 1-page template from what you put out to new ADs, put together a group of board members and expand on that? And then we can come back in January and say, is this comprehensive enough? Do we need to add something else? What is, you know, and again, Ernie, what are your thoughts? And just give us all an opportunity to review it. Our staff standing back, because this really isn't about my evaluation or what you think about me. It's about what your role is on the CHSAA Board of Directors, and how people feel like that needs to be clarified, and how you communicate with your leagues about your role on this, which is not micromanagement or leading the associations day to day. So I'm going to say, I'd love to see you, Nate, lead this work.
Yeah, I can put that, you know, put that together. And I'm sure Ernie would join me, you know, anybody else that wants to join, kind of defining that, working on some of that communication. I think, you know, we'll get some advice from Ryan Casey, because I know so many of our young members like the Twitter, the, you know, 70 characters or less. And I'm like, how can I, you know, how can we communicate this in those bite-sized chunks, right? And maybe it is more social media, right? Maybe it's not handbooks. I don't know. I'm not a social media guy, but I love to work on that.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhonda, you know something, just listening to everybody, I would, all the comments are very, very good, and they are individualized. And there still needs to be some guidance in terms of what the roles are. And I don't think we can, as individual board members, decide effectively what that is. I think what we need is maybe an independent source that can lead us through a Zoom that talks about the vision and mission of CHSAA and what that is, and then our responsibility with that. And then that would lead to discussions about how we handle topics that either relate to policy or not. And so I think we need some, in my mind, a bit more expertise in terms of what is the function of a board of directors. And I think with that, then we can all latch on to something that is not maybe this person's view or that person's view. It's really someone that is kind of looked at who we are, our structure, and then talks about really what our role is. And then coming out of that, you know, we'll talk about, you know, what what kind of things stay with the board, what don't. There's so many topics that we need to go through in terms of how we function. So I would suggest, and the fact that we have Zooms available, that we get some expert to run us through some of those exercises.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
have
gonna,
I
can
have
I
a
just
couple ideas.
interject real quick, Nate, because Tom serves on the NASO board, which is the National Association of Sports Officials. And we talked about bringing in Vail this year, the person who led their group at the NASO to our meeting in Vail. And so when he walked away from the NASO meeting and started sharing some of that, I was like, oh my gosh, we got to bring that guy in. Obviously we had the pandemic. So thank you for reminding me about that, Tom, because we do need that outside expert advice about not only how the board, but how our staff works with our board to have the most impact from what we're trying to do together. So if that's all right with the board, I don't want you to waste your time. Let Tom and I get with the speaker, see if we can set up a Zoom. Sorry, we probably won't pick a date that everybody can be a part of if we have to work around this expert schedule, but I will start working on that with Tom. Look for something maybe after the start of the new year in January, and we'll try to set up a meeting and then have a work session once we have the resources and tools to move forward with maybe some additional information that we don't have in our wheelhouse right now. So is everybody okay with that direction?
So can I tag onto that, Rhonda? I think those the one pagers and the things that we've talked about, the meeting we're probably going to have with Michael that he's going to head, I think all of those can still happen, because the one that we put together will kind of, I don't know, encapsulate all those things and maybe even bring those things into a greater focus. So I don't think it's just one thing, but I think an independent person is something that we all need for sure.
So is your suggestion for Nate to go ahead and put together
I think Nate can do that. That one piece is going to be something that person that actually facilitates would know less about than Nate would know. So I think that would be good. And then we can bring that to the session too. He can analyze, he or she, depending on who that is, can analyze those documents and help us with those things. And I think we can, there's just so many things of being a board or director than the three things I heard, hire, fire, and approve a budget. That's oversimplification of what's going on as board members.
Plus I need more for my board members in that.
Absolutely.
Not just during a pandemic, but throughout this job description, my board members are more important to me than those three elements.
Well, Rhonda, I mean, we're one of 51 state associations. I mean, what are some other states doing? I mean, can't we get information from other states and what their board of directors makeup looks like and so forth?
To
kind of give us guidance?
I absolutely can. I guess I've been a part of 3 different states, right? With 3 different boards, and I would put you guys up against any of those boards. I would put you guys up against your connection to the membership, the communication, your support of our staff, your oversight of the budget. I would use you as an example for maybe some of those other boards. So I don't have a problem going out and getting some checklists from other state associations, but there's, from my perspective, and I guess you would say I've been a part of them. Sure. I would put you guys up any day against the boards that I've worked with in the past, but
yeah,
absolutely, I will get some information.
I'm not going to diminish or say that this board is not doing their job. It's just going to reaffirm what you need to do.
Yes.
Because this board is a great board and there's
amazing
people on it. It's not comparable really to the I've been involved with. So, but it does put into focus really what our roles are.
Yes, I think it answers Ernie's questions. I think it defines it and puts it in writing. And so I think someone said that document or those expectations live longer than when any of us may be on the board. And then complementing that with what our Troy does or any president does at the beginning of our staff retreats, I think it's all helpful. So
in the need for transparency, I guess I'll tell you what made me stop to be a little bit more reflective. And I'm not trying to be critical in any way, shape, or form. Again, this was meant to be reflective. And I had several people ask me, Rhonda, when you had your meeting on Monday, when you were explaining how we were moving back, which I think is the absolute right thing to do. They asked me if I had heard about any of this beforehand. And I told them, no, I hadn't. I was hearing it same as everybody else. And they were asking me, how can you as a board of director member not have heard about this beforehand? And to me, I'm asking the question, okay, is that part of my job? Is that part of my job to know or to be vetted of some of the information that affects the entire association on such an extensive level? Because I have no need to micromanage. I've got enough BS to deal with in my own job. I don't need to be telling anybody else, hey, this is the way it needs to be done. And I don't need to be right, Rhonda. You know how I am. I'm going to speak up when I think we need to speak up. And when a vote doesn't go the way that I wanted the vote to go, that's okay. I can support that because at least everybody had their voice and we decided something as a group. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding of where everybody else felt like, what's our need as a board to have information? What's our need to do whatever it may be? And I do think, like we just talked about, there is a need to have some written documentation on what the responsibilities and roles are of a board member. It's good to come in with what we think we're doing. I think everybody, like Teresa talked about before, we grow in this particular role and we have an idea of what we're doing that we need to for us. But I also think there needs to be some cohesiveness to what it is. And I will disagree a little bit with Jeff in saying that I absolutely represent a district and that it's not just my voice. I have to represent the voice of the 4 leagues that basically elected me here. Not any different than any other elected official would have to deal with. I'm responsible to my constituents.
And I think having some other individual talk about that and respond to that is important because that might not be exactly what we have to do. And so I think just being on boards that's not always the case, that you have to respond to that constituency in terms of a board of directors. And so I'm just throwing that out that, it's going to be important that you hear that from someone else and not from me necessarily, right? But somebody that has dealt with all kinds of different boards and what they do, because that might not be absolute, might not be. So.
I think also, or it's kind of to that specific situation too, and kind of thinking about that, when the announcement was made that season B is being pushed back, Rhonda got the email, and then the next morning we're having the meeting, and I think I would have been disappointed if they didn't have some sense that was coming down the road. And so when I think about, I see your point there, I'm wondering how much information do we need to have? Is it okay that we didn't know the ins and outs of that? I think it probably is, because then we're getting into the part where we're administrating. And I think that is where we start to overstep a little bit. Now, as I've gone on record before saying, when it comes down, I hate to beat this dead horse in the ground some more, but the football conversation, when we're left holding the bag on conversations, that's where we do need more information as it comes out. And so I think if we were in reverse there, I think we've gone through that a little bit. We've thought about things that we wish we could have done differently looking back. And I think now moving forward, when I think about how we're positioned, where we're waiting on guidance from CDPHE, we kind of didn't actually make the decision to move the season. CDPHE made the decision because they weren't going to approve it. There wasn't actually a decision for us to make in that sense. And so I think in the regard of that specific situation that you just brought up, I think it's actually okay that we all showed up to that meeting on whatever day that was. Now it feels like 3 years ago, that we were finding it out then and there, because I also don't think it's reasonable that we organize a meeting at midnight for us to get that. And I also understand the wariness of putting stuff in email too. And so I don't know, like, and I think that's actually at the crux of everything. Like, where's that balance of how much are we managing and how much are we taking the information as it comes to us? And I think that's the balance that each one of us brings our individual notions to. And I think we're always going to have that internal struggle with all these decisions.
And I want to say it's the balance of getting an email and a call from CDPHE on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, telling me we aren't going to have fans. I don't bring the board together. I mean, you do have to balance. How does that work? And then I got in front of it with an email at 6:39 on Friday morning, and it wasn't a board decision, right? So there's just times when you do have to get in front of those, and it's a time-sensitive decision. And there has to be a level of trust that I'm not going to lead us down that path. And so I appreciate what you just said, Caleb, but I mean, these decisions and in the future come at different times. And I think with a outline of where everybody's boundaries are and the roles that we all play will be helpful, even to respond to your constituents. Like Ernie was approached and someone said, well, should you have known that? Or what do you know about it? And then and how he will be able to respond. And I think everything we're just saying is going to position all of us. So.
I appreciate you guys taking the time to at least have the discussion. Helps me again be reflective in what I'm doing. And I appreciate the comments that you guys put forth, so we can move forward.
Yeah, I can, Caleb, you interrupted me. Well, you didn't interrupt me, but I was going to say a lot of things along the lines of what you said. And I do appreciate the conversation. We do bring great balance to this board. We listen. I feel like we have great relationships. I think if in this opportunity, when we can't look around a room, you look on the screen at individual pictures or names, and I think we can each find a great moment of interaction with our fellow board members. We are united, and I think it's a great thing. And through my term here, I have always, as I said, I tend to listen more than I speak, but I 100% support our commissioner and CHSAA staff and everything they do. And I will always, until I have reason not to. And if I have a concern, I would talk to that person individually. And so I think we're in a great place. Again, these conversations are fantastic. We have some things that we can work on from here forward that will serve our association better, our board better, and our future board members. So thank you. Thank you for everything that is shared goes a long way. So, hey, we have a lot to celebrate and smile about, right?
We got through.
Yeah, we're through. We're heading into the holiday season to be with family. Remember, you can't be in groups larger than 2 households. And if you are a rule follower, you will do what's being recommended. So I wish so much we'd had our opportunity in August as a team to come together in person to play some games and do some fun things like we did a year ago. I missed that. I really wanted to see Mr. Robinson do the old ping pong ball.
Right, shaking those ping pong balls out.
Yeah, and Alex. Well, and Ryan, yeah. So I miss that we can't have those times together, but we've had a lot of great times together, and I'm grateful for every one of those moments, and we'll never forget them. So anyhow, remember that we have a lot to celebrate, a lot to be thankful for. Enjoy your holiday with family, and appreciate each and every one of you very, very much. If there is nothing else, we'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Michael, and I think second by Caleb. So, all right, everybody take care. Great seeing you. Thank you for
Thanks,
your service.
everybody.
Thanks, Troy.
See
Thanks,
ya.
Troy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, guys, thank you.